Okie dokie, I think we're okay. Thank you for bearing with us, folks. My apologies about the countdown being a little bit funny there to start off the evening. Some small tech issues with OBS deciding it wanted to explode shortly after setting everything up for the stream. So just restarting some stuff now, getting Snap on the spin once again, so bear with me for 2 seconds. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Hopefully you're all doing very, very well and having a lovely day out there in the multiverse today, and just having a good time all around. Lord knows I am. And there's a reason I am. That is because I finally acquired the card in my token shop, the one that has been awaiting me for what feels like a month, probably has been a month. Do I know if that Galactus is available? I actually don't. I have no idea off the top of my head if it is. I think it should be. I know a Chibi one is, but I don't know if it's exactly that one. But yes, the card that was in my token shop, the lovely Darkhawk, now is in my possession, which means I can play some Darkhawk games, and that means it is in fact rock o'clock. It is time to put some rocks into our opponent's decks and have a good time slamming some Darkhawks onto the table and seeing what this card is capable of doing. And I'm looking forward to it. Haven't had the much chance to experience Darkhawk gameplay. It's so cool to see people from so many walks of life in here at the minute. Uruguay, Texas, all over the place. It's lovely. So yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to finally getting to spread our wings and see what this deck is all about. As always, folks, if you are part of the notification squad, it's good to see you. Hopefully you're having a good time. Please do me a small favour and press that like button. Just smash that thumb. It does a great job of getting the algorithm to push us out there nice and early so people are joining us for the entirety of the stream. So every little helps, really does help, and I appreciate everyone who does so. Means a lot. Finally turned your losing streak around. Very nice. Spider, let me know what you think. I'm not sure who best to slot out there either, but I'm glad that it's going well for you. Andre, well done. Congratulations. Christopher, 74. Oh, dude. Fingers crossed it's a little bit better for us today. We can only hope. I hope it gets better for you sooner rather than later. Hey, Death, how we doing? Hopefully all is well with you. Fingers crossed. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Okay, Snap appears to be ready to go after our small little technical hiccup. So let's hop on over into the client. We'll take a second to show you what I'm starting the day with. It's the greetings from Colombia. Good to see you, Master Chief. It's good to see you indeed. So many folks around and about. It's lovely. So we're going to show you what I'm starting with today, the theory behind everything, and then we'll get some games on the go and see how we're going. So let's hop on over to the Decklist screen. There we go. So, my first spin at Darkhawk looks a little bit like this. Unsurprisingly, we are a Zabu deck. Kind of not shocking to anyone who's been watching the stream recently. Makes an awful lot of sense to be playing, I think, Zabu alongside Darkhawk. So, for those who aren't familiar with the big man himself, Darkhawk here, ongoing ability that gives +2 power to itself for each card in your opponent's deck. So the name of the game here is going to be to try and add extra cards to our opponent's deck where possible, and jump up that count to make these Darkhawks nice and chunky. How are we doing that? Well, we're doing it with rocks. We're going to be putting rocks into our opponent's deck, courtesy of Korg. Korg, of course, a one-drop you've seen play in many, many decks over Marvel Snap's lifespan. Simple, easy stuff, good stats on a one-cost card, shuffles a rock into the opponent's deck. The other one, of course, is Rock Slide, who happens to be another 4-cost card for Zabu. He's big, he's got much larger stats, and we'll be shuffling 2 rocks into our opponent's deck to help juice that up as well. Of course, that's not often going to be enough, so we're going to be tag-teaming that alongside Wong on a number of occasions to try and give us some extra on-reveal ability triggers to fill our opponent's deck with even more and more rocks to make our Darkhawk much, much larger. So hopefully Darkhawk should be winning a lane by itself, but how are we winning the other lane? That is the name of the game in this case. Well, we've got a few options in that regard. We can Mystique to create ourselves another Darkhawk, which is definitely a flexible way of doing it to make sure we have 2 of them available. Alternatively, we have the 1-2 punch of Spider-Man and Absorbing Man in this deck as well. Goes very well with Zabu, as you can imagine, to lock down a massive chunk of our opponent's lanes. There are a few other cards in this deck we'll get to. Crystal is definitely the most skeptical, I think, all round, but I wanted a way to be able to guarantee myself I find Darkhawk. The deck seems very reliant on it all around, and it's kind of a nice way of doing that. Another 4-cost card that can be quite proactive on your Zabu draws if you need something else to go. So we're giving Crystal a shake and seeing how she plays out. We've got Goose in here as a 2-drop card to help protect our Darkhawks. We are concerned about Shang-Chi, concerned about Enchantress, this kind of thing, and Goose can hopefully help keep our Darkhawk safe from those effects. We've then got Black Widow, who of course doesn't put a rock into our opponent's deck, but it kind of gives them an honorary rock, because it stops them drawing a card for return, which means there is going to be a whole extra card locked away in their deck. That is the name of the game here, and I think that's everything. I think that's every card in the deck kind of explained. Moon Girl, fairly obvious, I think, as a reason to make more Darkhawks, make more Spider-Mans, that kind of wonderful stuff. You know, it's core, what would you replace Absman with? It's a good question, honestly. I think I would explore any of the other fours. Things like Rescue, things like Jessica Jones, they're the ones that immediately jump to mind as cards I would try with Darkhawk. Maybe White Queen if you want another big stanted card instead. Not sure. So somewhere along those kind of lines, I think, is probably where I would begin. So yeah, looking forward to giving this one a shake. Let us hop on over into our first game of the night and see what Darkhawk is all about. I've been waiting to play with this card for like a month. No worries, Andre. Happy to help where I can. Icebox makes Spidey a little pricey, and our hand is doing a whole lot of nothing. Hey, Reggae, what do I think about the Darkest Hawk? I'm not sure what that is. You just mean the card itself? Because I haven't actually had the chance to play with it yet, so I don't know. I'm still working on that. Well, that's a timely draw step. This seems like it's doing everything we want to be doing now, because we found the Zabu on time. Zabu without Darkhawk just doesn't feel right. I think there's a lot of things you can do with Zabu that don't include Darkhawk, but I'm looking forward to seeing if this is the best Zabu deck, like a lot of people seem to be claiming that it is. Oh, Gunter, I've been doing it for longer than I can remember. Yeah, Reggae, I don't feel confident saying yes or no at this moment in time, because I just don't know, is the unfortunate truth. Alrighty, so I'm a little worried about eating a fat Galactus in the near future. So I do think what we're going to do is one Rock Slide in case they haven't drawn it already. I guess this can go... This can go mid, I think. This is fine. Boop. We get leeched. That is bad news. That is very bad news. My Darkhawk now doesn't do very much. Well, I guess I'm filling my opponent's deck with more rocks, huh? Gotta love a good leech to start things off tonight. Well, we certainly did the thing. The problem is, of course, that we do not have a payoff for doing the thing. That is kind of the issue. Are we ever winning this game? Like, maybe we can steal tiebreakers? I heard you like rocks? Yeah, we gave them many rocks. And the Electro is going to stop them from playing more than one thing. Yeah, I don't think we're ever winning this one, unfortunately. I guess we are sometimes. But I don't think it's enough of a time to give them 2 cubes. Pretty nasty leech. Pretty nasty leech. Yeah, not the best start. To be fair, the deck did exactly what it was supposed to do. Unfortunately, Leech also did exactly what they are supposed to do, and stopped Darkhawk having any relevant game text. All right, Korg, off you go. Go to work. Bonk. Onslaught Citadel, sure. Goosen. I'm fine setting up Goose on the right here, I think. No, Owl, if you're cloning Bats, it will still have no effect, unfortunately. You unlocked Mr. Negative yesterday. Very nice. I'm very jealous. Negative's a very sweet one. Where do we want this Black Widow to go? Father, we've definitely been playing with it a lot recently ourselves, just because, well, we happened to open it recently. Which is mostly why we're giving it a shake. It's a pretty new card for me, so it pops up in a lot of my deck lists at the moment. Where do we want you to go? I guess it's probably going into Stark Tower. Opponent gets a bit fantastic. That's quite good here. We find Wongers. Is Wong a thing we have time to do? I don't know if we do. Reggae, I think it's an interesting one. I want to try it in some Mr. Negative shells, but the problem is you still probably have to play, like, at the very least, Rock Slide. Ellis, I'm not sure why you wouldn't open your reserves. I feel like I'm supposed to Crystal. My hand doesn't do anything. Opponent all White Queen, one of our many 4s. But I haven't tried Dark Hawk in Negative yet, no. It's kind of on my list of things to get around to. This also just doesn't do anything. I guess we Zabu, but yeah, if opponent's snapping, I'm out of here. Deck just kind of didn't do anything that game. I feel like there's going to be a decent bit of that with a deck like this, unfortunately, because you obviously are quite 4 heavy. See if it carries on over the course of the night. Okie dokie, starting strong. Little bit of Korg in the morning. Have our Zabu nice and early this time as well. Savage Lands is a bit annoying. I think I am snapping here though. This hand is coming together pretty nicely. I think what we do is we Black Widow, Zabu, Crystal is the plan. Opponent sticks around, still no play. Black Widow, gonna put the Widow's Bite in their hand. Okay, well, we're about to have a Widow's Bite, unfortunately. Hawk in Negative is very nice even without support. Maybe. I feel like you probably have to have some support in the deck just because you will, of course, like, not draw Negative sometimes. Yeah, Adam, I look forward to kind of seeing what's going on and how we can best make this work. Okay, so the plan now is to go Crystal Moon Girl and duplicate the 3. Oh, dude, Rogue is so bad for me here. Getting spooned at the minute. Look at how good this would have been if we'd had our Zabu in play still. Opponent with the very, very timely Rogue. Alright, well, I guess I'm on make 3 Dark Hawks is probably the plan here. So Dark Hawk 1, Mystique, Mystique. Never mind. The Iceman would like to ruin my entire day. Oh, everything went wrong here. Like, everything. Good lord. Hey Simon, yeah, just got it. Just got Dark Hawk. Looking forward to seeing how it goes. Do I consider Psylocke in this deck? I haven't, to be honest. I think the 2/2 drops you're playing at the moment are probably pretty important to your overall game plan. But maybe you could find space. Like, part of me thinks you probably don't need 7 4-cost cards, but we will see as the course of the game goes on, I suppose. This would have been incredible. That rogue has made me sad. Yeah. Maximus will do it. We are having a rough start so far today. Jeez. Goes to show you though, right? Everyone is kind of prepared for Zabu and what Zabu is all about, so don't just think you're going to be getting them free wins. His hand is quite good. Where do we want the goose to go? No, Reggae, I had to spend 6,000 tokens on it. Unfortunately. It's been in my shop for like a month. I think this is mostly going mid and trying to protect the Zabu. No worries, Gunter. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Like, people want to tell me I'm terrible at Marble Snap. They're more than welcome to. I'm not going to stop them. Alright, so we keep the Zabu safe. We're going to look to Wong Rock Slide next turn, probably. Yeah, there's a lot of counterplay to Zabu, for sure. Opponent with the Green Goblin. Is this Galactus? This might be Galactus. More Fisk Tower. Alternatively, we can, like, Rock Slide Moon Girl and get the extra spider. That's probably better if we think we're against Galactus. Yeah, okay. We'll try and play against the Galactus. The price is still ridiculous. It certainly is. Peter, that's a really tough one, unfortunately. I think that's a little annoying. I think Absorbing Man has more applications. But obviously it's going to depend on your personal collection, what you enjoy, all that kind of wonderful nonsense. Yeah, I guess technically speaking, Absorbing Man has a higher chance of dropping from boxes, so definitely an argument to both, I suppose. Opponent did indeed shut off our plan at double Spideying. I don't think we're necessarily going to have enough to do here now. No Darkhawk this game means that we are kind of relying on raw stats. And if raw stats is the name of the game, it's just going to be double Crystal here off on the left. Yeah, we're all good. Hilariously, the one game we finally win is the one where we do not find Darkhawk. Smooth. Exactly how you draw it up. Let's finish pool 3-3-150. Did you manage to pull Darkhawk? Very nice, Father, yeah. An early Darkhawk is a sweet one for sure. Yeah, Cookie, I'm afraid this one is not exactly free-to-play friendly. This one is definitely a little on the pricier side, I guess. I mean, yeah, there's no other way of putting it. It's quite heavy on the Series 4, Series 5 stuff in general. I say that, it's like 2 cards, but still, 2 cards is kind of heavy. Try and keep middle clear for Crystal here, I think, ideally. Opponent with the Scorpion. We take a Monster Metropolis. Sure. Yeah, that sounds about right, Elias. So I finished pool 3 at 2,900, but I'm led to believe it takes a little bit longer to do it these days. How heavy in pounds? I wish I could tell you that, but I have no idea. thick. Like, alright, we can turn 4 Rock Slide Absorbing Man, turn 5 Dark Hawk, which seems pretty good. So let's make rocks make rocks. Yeah, I'd say pull 3 was about 2,900 for me, I think. But I think most people, it's taking them longer than 3,000 now. Okay. So I think we snap. Dark Hawk. Probably going to hit 1k CL this weekend. Very nice, Thorborg. Keep it up. Passes help a lot as you get the chase cards and extra resources. Yeah, for sure. I literally only buy the passes. I have bought the welcome bundle and the passes, and that's the only things I buy in Snap. Keeps it a game, I guess, is probably the way of putting it. I like to support it monthly, but I don't want to break the bank because I'm too excited about new cards. So, works for me. But everyone's got a different style of doing stuff for games, and quite frankly, do whatever the hell you enjoy. You want to spend money, go right ahead. If you don't, don't. Cool. That was pretty damn strong. Is there an EV difference in increasing the quality of already high quality cards versus low quality cards? So only at the common level, I believe, Robin. So if you upgrade all your commons first, it's technically slightly better, but beyond that, I think it's basically exactly the same. You're 32.53 and missing 4 pull 3 cards. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Simon, that's pretty rough. Hey, Peter, how we doing? Yeah, so I've been playing since closed beta, but so I'm like collection level 4,600, maybe 4,700, somewhere in that kind of ballpark. I'm not 100% sure on the number, but I've been playing since beta 2. This hand is garbage, and I kind of regret sticking in through this snap now. Looking for a Zabu, please. Opponent with the Psylocke makes me think we have a Mr. Negative on the horizon. Jotunheim, no Psylocke. We are in a world of pain. This hand is, how do the kids put it? Terrible. So Rick, I say I finished at about 2,900, 29 and change. So I'm going to rock slide here because I want to fill my opponent's deck with rocks after their negative. But I think it's now taking longer to do that than before, so I don't think 2,900 is likely to happen anymore. Andre, I don't think whaling actually increases the speed all that much, to be honest with you. Okay, so we're just going to make another Dark Hawk, I think, and hope this is good. Certainly not great. Hand didn't do anything for the first, like, 4 turns. Well, 3 turns, I guess. Was pretty rubbish. Oh, should have expected the rogue. Should have expected the rogue. There's so much of this out here right now, and I think this is why Goose is required, I guess. Well, opponent drew the Iron Man anyway, jeez. Yeah, I think there's so much rogue out there right now. You probably do need to play Goose in a deck like this. Try and keep your threats safe from just getting completely rolled by Rogue and Enchantress. Oh, I love the world ship. My favourite. Paul Goose this morning. Nice. We take those. Is this rock worth the space? So if I Zabu, Darkhawk, I can probably still draw a Rock Slide. Where do you see how many cards you're missing? You can do it in the client or you can do it via the tracker too. Peter, I have actually, yeah, I put out a video about it if you care much. I feel like this is worth more as a spot. We draw the Goose, so we're holding out for Rock Slide here. We're going to try and Darkhawk, hit the Rock Slide afterwards. Opponent plays a Mysterio. I wonder where the real one is. Alright. Yeah, Korg's pretty good stat-wise here, I think. And we do hit the Rock Slide, so we're going to go for it. No worries, Peter. Feel free. It's a bit of a long video. It took me too long to edit, and the YouTube algorithm kind of killed it because it released later than I wanted it to. I'm going to accept if my opponent has Enchantress in their deck that I'm about to eat a fat one. Otherwise, I would like to snap. Oh, opponent's filling up the space. If there's an Enchantress here, we are about to get murked. Okay, not filling up the space. They have a Killmonger. That's fair, Peter. I can see that for sure. So we just go Goose Rock Slide, I guess. Please, God, no Enchantress. Do not enchant my socks. Opponent is out of here. Good. Good. We take those. We all Gucci. Oh, how we doing, folks? Thank you for coming and hanging out tonight. Appreciate you. Hopefully all is well. It's got your third winter variant. Yes, I actually got the Rock Slide while I was leveling up cards to get collector's tokens for Darkhawk, and I thought it was fairly appropriate. So I now have Rock Slide, Patriot, and Ebony Maw. I think I'm going to be snapping if my draw is like not terrible. I have the Zabu. We hit a Mystique from our opponent. Okay. Deal. Oh. Fair play to the opponent for just getting out of dodge. They couldn't beat my Raptors. Raptors too strong. Goose is such an unfair card. I don't think I've had anyone ever say that to me before. It affects both players. It's completely fine, right? Oh. You can tell my voice is starting to go. Filming a lot of videos recently, doing a lot of talking, and feeling it in the throat. So I think we lead on Black Widow over Goose here. Would rather save this for later, keep it somewhere safe. Ideally, I think I'm going to start putting this in the cloning bats though, because that's quite funny. Shop o'clock, be right back. No worries, Simon. Take care of yourself. See you in a bit. Still having fun with Cage Hazmat. I do not have Luke Cage, unfortunately, so I can't try that deck as much as I would really like to. Alright. More Widow's Bites incoming for my opponent's face. Oh, dude! How do you have this Zabu already? Look at this thing. This is the first time I've seen this variant in-game, and this person has it at infinite rank already. Look at this card. That's stunning. I should probably play the game, but still. Would you ever add Cosmo in addition to Goose? Maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't played enough games with the deck notes yet to know what I'm supposed to be doing. I am also token broke. Token broke. I think our opponent's snapping. Jeez. I think we're sticking around for now, but... Dude, these variants of our opponents are incredible. It's beer and pizza o'clock. I'm so jealous. That's a really cool rock slide, dude. You pulled Helicarrier. I know there was some Jubilee discard decks going around with it recently, but I don't have any lists to hand, unfortunately. This is a bit of a mess. My mind is still kind of blown by this Zabu. Yeah, opponent is doing what we are, and doing it much better than we are. We do find our Dark Hawk, but we have no Mystique. So I guess we're just 50-50ing where the opponent's other Dark Hawk is going. Good evening, Chief. Good to see you, bud. Zoom in on the Zabu again. I'll do it real quick, yeah. Look at that. I probably shouldn't be playing this, I don't think. Whoa, what is this final turn? I mean, opponent's doing everything we wished we could. Jesus. I guess I just massively underestimated. Yeah, its Hawk costs 1. That's what I didn't... Yeah. Okay. Not only am I new to playing with this deck, I'm also new to playing against it, and that's kind of where errors like that come in. It's like I just have no idea of what my opponent is capable of doing, and apparently the answer is that. Wow. Now we know, and this is how we learn, right? As I say, for literally the first games I've played with this card were 2 games for a video this morning, and now on stream. So you are watching me figure it out firsthand. What decks am I going to be playing tonight? I think I'm going to be focusing on Darkhawk, Chief. But, oh, dude, how do you hit the Zabu? Bruh. Because it's the first day we've got it, so I imagine I'll be playing some Darkhawk lists tonight. If anything else, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out as we go. That Iceman is just... oh. What a disgusting Iceman. Okay. Ever pull a Series 5? No, I've bought every single one that I have with tokens. I've pulled Series 4 cards. I've not pulled anything from Series 5. Sheesh. We are getting murdered at the moment. This is a steep learning curve. It always hits the Zabu. I mean, it did. It certainly just ended a game. Fort Misery, you shouldn't feel bad. Trust me, people are already at infinite. Like, why should you feel bad about where I am? Play your game. Hopefully you can keep on climbing. Now you're on a win streak with Agatha is always fun. Well, we might be able to surf for our Zabu this game. My crystal kind of just got turned off by this rather full hand from the Triskelion. Opponent's Lady Sif discards an Infinite. That's not the best of news. It found you've hit whatever card you're looking at. Interesting. I wonder if there's any science behind that, huh? So I think we do this for now. Yeah, for sure, Fort Misery. Opponent with the Enchantress. More importantly, the randomly generated Enchantress from the Triskelion. F. Ghost Rider incoming? Probably. So we make ourselves another Darkhawk here. Iceman smells your fear and messes with your cards. You love to see it. There is, in fact, the Ghost Rider. Jeez, what is happening to us today? We're getting brutally murdered. I guess the play is Rock Slide here, right? Up by 4, so we go up by another 4. End up being up by 8. I'm not sure why my opponent's retreating there. That feels like a game that we were in some serious trouble. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel like this is maybe a little bit top heavy. Maybe you just do not want Crystal, you want some more early plays. Like, Crystal was definitely the thought process of being able to refill, but in the games that you don't draw Korg, maybe you just don't need to refill. You always get Agatha from Triskelion. I love it when that happens. It's great. Makes for great content. Psylocke. Maybe. I guess Psylocke does give you a reasonable backup plan in the games where you don't draw Zabu. It just looks a bit silly in the games where you do. Well, we're definitely doing this. The question is, where is it going? And I think it's just going into Wakanda. Where would I have put the Darkhawk on the Token Prot Shop priority list? I think if you enjoy... So this is just going to be Rock Slide Absorbing Man here, right? If you enjoy Zabu decks and you enjoy the playstyle of this deck, then it's a high priority. But I think the thing is, for me, is that Darkhawk doesn't feel like it's very flexible. It feels like it's a deck of its own and it needs a bit of a supporting cast. So if you're just looking for universally good cards, maybe not. It's toughy. Alright, well, I'm going to snap. I'm a little scared of Galactus here again. And for that reason, I think my play is Darkhawk Spider-Man. But I do it the other way, so I can still make another Darkhawk. This is just better into Galactus. Good evening, Drake Main. Oh, Magneto. Okay, that's not what I expected. I think I keep assuming all of my opponents are just Galactus, because I keep getting destroyed by Galactus at like every possible opportunity. God, you wish you had Shuri? I kind of do too. I would like to play some Shuri decks. Is Spider-Man a Series 3 card? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Why is Crystal good with Zabu? Crystal should let you be able to refill your hand after you emptied it from all your 2-cost... excuse me, your 2-cost, 4-cost cards. That is the thought process anyway. This has been a very interesting learning curve with this deck so far. Feels that there is a lot to figure out, which is good. That is good. Sakar is going to pull a Black Widow. Opponent gets a Storm. Okay, well, we are losing mid. Folks, if you're here on the early part of the show, please do me a small favour. Consider liking the stream for me, helps us get pushed out there to more and more people. Just go down there and press the thumb. It really does do a good job at helping us out algorithmically. Our hand doesn't do anything on turn 3, which is my favourite part of the Zabu deck so far. Well, the opponent was winning mid. Andre, thank you for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate you. Welcome on in to Marvel Snap Zone. Enjoy your badge, your emojis, and hopefully some more perks in the future. Thank you for the support, my friend.
That man is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
Appreciate you. Means a lot. What do we want to do here? Yeah, I feel like I'm going to move down a 4 in a minute. I might try the Psylocke suggestion. Or another 3 or something. Yeah, alright. Sitting on 1200 gold, waiting for baby Nightcrawler to show up. Good luck. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later for you. Man, this hand has been ass. I guess we got to try and spike this. We can't spike this. There's a goose in the way. We are doomed. We are doomed. I don't know how on earth we ever win this game. I guess stats might be the name of the game, but just got Winter Patriot. You thought the event was over? No, apparently not, because I got Winter Rockslide yesterday too. Well, that sucked. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go make a change on this. I'm gonna remove Crystal, move us down a 4-cost card. I feel like we just have far too many of them, and we're ending up with too many games like this where we don't find ways to play stuff. So let's go make that change real quick. I'm interested in trying Psylocke. Psylocke seems interesting at face value, so we're gonna go no Crystal this time around, and we'll go and grab Psylocke. And we'll try it with that, see if it can help accelerate us into a 4 a little more often. Let's update the deck image for you guys in the bottom corner. Perfect. Alright. Let's run this back and try and actually start climbing. So far, we have fallen like a rank and a half, which has been pretty rough. Got the Winter Rogue yesterday as well, yeah. You got stuck earlier this week? I've been having a rough time so far today, but you don't have base Rogue. Well, there you go. Now you can look forward to opening base Rogue later. So in spots like this, am I just supposed to burn the Psylocke? It feels like I probably am, right? There's like very little incentive for me to hold this when I draw the Zabu. So fairly certain we're just burning this as a body. Shuri Red Skull, yeah, dude. I wish I had Shuri. Shuri's another card that's just like high on my list to pick up. And the Sentry. I'll be honest, I'm also really eager to pick up the Sentry. No, you don't need the base cards to get the winner variants. You can still play with them too. Up at 92 now, very nice. Yeah, I think the Sentry's a card I want to explore, like, just explore playing with. I don't think people have been able to build around it because it's been so hard to get. Heimdall. Interesting. So I think we're going to... Opponent snaps. I think my plan is to Rockslide Darkhawk into double Spidey. Never mind, the Enchantress does come down. Guess I will just be making another Darkhawk now. So this is currently at 13. So I guess what I'm supposed to do is create a Darkhawk player Korg. Then Grand Central will flip either Absorbing Man for another rock or Spider-Man to lock this off. Think so. Hype for Sauron. Sauron's an interesting one. I don't really know where it's supposed to go, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Opponent will armor Sentinel, sure. Thank you very much, Seven Bank. I appreciate that. So we do hit the Spidey. So does this Absorbing Man... Yeah, this Absorbing Man makes... And the vid, I'm glad you liked the vid as well. Yeah, so the Absorbing Man makes another Korg if we don't hit it, so we can make the Darkhawks bigger again. Cool. Starting to figure it out. You're excited for Gandalf. Not sure that one's in the data mine. Oh, Owl, I'm sorry to hear that, but it was probably for the best if you're still looking for Series 3 cards. Probably for the best. She's quite pricey. I'm back to being token poor again. Do I care if Black Widow's alive? Not really. In the bin! It seems rather flavorful, actually, that we chuck Black Widow into Vormir. Goodbye, Scarlett Johansson. Holla, sure. Holla, holla, player. You going one-on-one with The Undertaker. I actually think putting Zabu into Vormir here could be pretty good, because we should be fairly safe until our opponent plays to it. Just got Mariah Hill. Are you upset? I mean... New card. It's not the best one by any stretch. But it's like a new card. Yeah, exactly, Al. You were better off just picking up other stuff, I think. Alright, Wonga's into Moon Girl is the name of the game here, I think. Look to double Spidey. Hooray! New card! Opponent will Storm. It's fine by me. I would normally snap, but unfortunately they have Daredevil, so I don't think I can. Or I don't think I should. Play the Korg last in case we draw Darkhawk. If we Moon Girl on Wong, we don't have enough space in our hand to get everything, right? Unless Spidey was on the far left, and then I might have done. I assumed I didn't have space. I didn't actually check, which is kind of bad of me. You never have space to Moon Girl twice. It's so many cards. So many cards. I would like my opponent to be able to play nowhere, ideally. That would be great. 2 Spideys is illegal. Disagree. 2 Spideys is fantastic. Opponent would like to leave. Makes sense. Hey, Jonas. Not much, thank you. Starting to get to grips with Darkhawk for the first time. Took a few games for us to figure out exactly the play patterns we were supposed to be looking for, but we are starting to find them slowly now. I might have to play something with a 6-cost card in it at some point today, otherwise this mission's going to sit here forever. Ooh, Season Pass XP. What do we get? Boosters. I hope you wanted Warpath boosters, chat. Because now we have more Warpath boosters. TVA is kind of miserable. What's my favourite card? I think it's Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is my answer right now. And Mr. Negative is a close second. Opponent also thought that 2 Spideys was illegal. Correct. Double Spider-Man, and sometimes even triple Spider-Man is rancid. Sometimes when Limbo pops up, you can chain off the old triple Spider-Man. Just chuck in Chavez? Nah. I'll complete the mission at some point. I don't want to ruin my deck to do it. We're not in any rush. Opponent with the Hood into TVA. Sure. I am going to Black Widow. I would really like to draw our Zabu here, because otherwise we're doing nothing on turn 3, which is a big sad. Hey Momo, how you doing, buddy? Hopefully all is well with you today. Vump. Oh, Squirrel Girl is quite good into the old TVA. I got Darkhawk today, Dida. Yeah, it's literally I bought it from the shop today, which is why I'm trying it out for the first time. I'm gonna leave. We are not winning this game. TVA, go on TVA. Oh yeah, Drake, it's nasty when it happens to you, but I think it's mostly fine, right? Because you never get more than 2 cubes off the double Spidey play. They just retreat on turn 6, so you never rank up quickly with it. Oh, Spider, that's rough. Fair enough, Kappa. I love Captain Marvel. I wish it felt correct to play her in more decks. People that looked at my my Electro Ramp deck know that I play her in that because I think she's actually a good fit there, but there's not a lot of other decks I can really rationalize playing her in, which is really sad. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to lead on the Goose here because I want to keep Zabu and Darkhawk safe. Is that what I'm doing? Yeah, I think so. The question is, where does it go? There's a lot of space to tuck them both into Stark Tower. That might be okay, though. Let's try this. I'm doing well, thank you, Momo. Yeah, look, as I say, brand new card for me. Getting to grips with how it works. That's a lot of extra juice. Alright, Zabu. I think I'm going to snap here. Our hand is pretty good. We can just, like, Wong into Black Widow. Wong into Psylocke, maybe, if we prefer. You pulled Rescue, yeah. And, again, it's hard to really have good Zabu decks this early, because people are still kind of figuring stuff out. But there are plenty of decks that that play her. What's my least favorite and favorite location? So least favorite is definitely Subterranea, which is hilarious because I'm playing Darkhawk right now, so you'd think I'd love it, but I can't stand Subterranea. Favorite location, that's a little bit of a harder one. I actually think I really like Death's Domain. Death's Domain is a really interesting location with a lot of counterplay. It looks really like miserable when you first look at it, that you just can't play there, but there's all kinds of cool things you can do with Nova, Bucky Barnes, things like Brood to sneak things in, Doctor Doom to sneak things in. I enjoy the play pattern that offers. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Death's Domain, I think. Well, instead I would like to rock slide my opponent. Is that okay? I think that's probably okay. So we've got to keep our eyes open for the Silver Surfer here. He be on the way. Debris. Okay. Thank you, TN. I appreciate that. You're done with pull 3. You've pinned Hawk. I think he's good in theory, but I obviously don't have the games under my belt to be 100% sure of that, so trust me at your own peril. You love throwing Jubilee into Death's Domain? Yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. I think it creates some very interesting play patterns. So I think what I do is we go Black Widow, Darkhawk, and look to make another Darkhawk. That is the plan. Opponent will Sarah. I will lock their hand full of Widow's Bites. Make a thick boy. Yeah, for sure, Momo. As I say, like, I've already been punting into the sun by playing badly into our Dark Hawk opponents, because I'm just not sure what this deck is able to do yet. I don't have the experience with it, so very much looking to get some games in with it now that I have access to the card finally, and just see what it can do. That's very much the plan for tonight. And then obviously we can try out some other wacky versions of the deck at some point too. Screw around with some negative Dark Hawk maybe. Cole, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but let's not be doing that in my Twitch chat, thank you. Should have left Wong open if you draw Korg. But then I guess the second Widow's Bite doesn't actually matter. Yeah, sure. Sure. Got completely carried away with giving them the 2 Widow's Bites. But you are 100% correct. Drawing Korg can be very relevant there. Saying that you're trying to calibrate right now makes sense, Simon. Yeah, we've been working on Zabu Surfer ourselves. Not entirely sure if it can get there, but definitely curious. Yeah, missed a beat on that one. Could have got an extra rock into our opponent's deck. This is Patriot. This is a lot of juice. Is this the Surfer too? Do they just have it all? If they have it all, I'm going to be quite sad. Oh, we're okay. Had my heart in my mouth for a second there. I was like, did I just lose because I put the Widow in the wrong place? But thankfully I did not get punished. At the moment, I'm going to be playing decks that I am interested in trying out for tier list reasons and also because they're my new cards. So I'm going to be on Dark Hawk for a while. If you don't want to watch, you are welcome to go somewhere else, my friend. Does Wave help Zabu? Not really, no. It does not work the way you hoped it would, that you can just play lots of 6s, sadly. Yeah, I kind of agree, David. I kind of agree. Your favourite Zabu deck so far is Discard? Yeah, I've been meaning to try out the Discard version, actually. It's on my list to get around to at some point. Yeah, I got the Winter Rockslide today. While opening caches to get collector's tokens for the Dark Hawk, so it seemed pretty flavorful. Yeah, it's for the best. Let's not pretend any of us actually wanted. I guess we do this because locations are about to spin. It's probably fine. Any of us wanted that to work. None of us wanted to be able to play 3/6 drops on turn 6. No, thank you. Okay. How do we want to do this? The Mystique and the Absorbent Man are a bit awkward here. They aren't really doing a whole lot, is the sad truth. I guess I'm fine having copies of everything, just because I should have the ability to play stuff out, but... Shuri just doubles base stat? Yes. Saw the cool Kingpin, he was in the Hawaiian shirt. I have that variant, actually, yeah. And the Pirate one. I have Pirate Kingpin as well. Fair enough, cool guy. Good luck with it. Ding! Opponent snaps. Opponent going mid. This may just be me, but you're slightly order when you the season pass cards make more where more fun spice picks rather than meta shakers. Yeah, sure. I think I understand the vague meaning of that. I didn't quite get there. But yeah, utilizing them with a variety of stuff is always fun, for sure. We got a Taskmaster here, maybe? Didn't find the rock slide at the end, which is a shame. Think I'm out of here. Triple Dark Hawk, no good this time. Yeah, Momo, I've seen people trying out Devil Dinosaur. It's probably on the list of things for me to try at some point, but I think you can definitely do too much with this and have too many payoffs. Yeah, Mystique no longer has an on-reveal when you've played it. It becomes the ongoing effect, so you can Mystique a Mystique. Sinister's Lounge? Yeah, for sure. Sinister's Lounge is a sweet one. Big agree. I think we're fine to hold the goose here this time. We don't really have a payoff or know where we're going to be playing it, so let us just give our opponent some crap. Yeah, I assume they meant Bar Sinister. No worries, Peter. Take it easy. Catch up with you in a bit, buddy. Don't think Absorbing Man is worth the tokens. You've got him pinned. I think he's very flexible. I think he's very powerful, but I am always reluctant to tell people exactly what to do with their tokens. I don't know what your collection level is, what you enjoy, that kind of stuff. But in a vacuum, yeah, I think the card's pretty powerful, and I think it's a pretty reasonable buy. So take my opinion for what you think it is worth. Alright, well, we are doing not a whole lot here so far, sadly. Do we save the Korg for post-Wong? I don't think we have the time for that, really. Opponent will wave. I feel like we're about to get Galactus. That being said, if we are about to get Galactus, I'll at least put up a fight. Agatha Harkness, huh? Yeah, it was a really good call, guy. I was ecstatic to pull him, yeah, for sure. It was a great moment. I'm glad to have the clip of it as well. The old Jessica Jones. Really could do with drawing Rock Slide here, I think. Ding? Question mark? Where do I pick this fight? Oh, I can't pick it over with Goose, so never mind, that answers my question. Pulled Absorbing Man right after watching that video. There you go. It's just bringing all the good luck. If you want Absorbing Man, folks, you need to go watch the video of me pulling it. That's how you get it. Oh. Yeah, we got destroyed by Aero there, unfortunately. 2 rocks does not make this Dark Hawk big enough to beat Agatha by itself. Final turn Aero. I don't mind losing 2 cubes to that, that's fine. I think that game mostly played out how it was supposed to. We are definitely struggling to climb with this one, though, I'll be honest. Not having the easiest time here. Alright, a little bit of Korg. You're 2900, yeah. Always, you always get the pass. No Spider-Man. Yeah, hopefully Spider-Man turns up for you soon. Fingers crossed. So Momo, basically, if you're still getting 100s, you'll still be getting the 100s. But once you reach completion of Season Pass... completion of Series 3 of cards, you'll no longer be opening 400s, you'll be opening variables between 200 and 600. Okay, well, this is playable at least. It's not really ideal, but... I guess it goes into Stark Tower. Hey Shade, how we doing? We're doing pretty rough, actually, to be honest. We We are taking our time to figure out how all this Darkhawk stuff works, and unfortunately we're kind of getting clapped around a bit while we figure it out. But that's okay. Comes with learning. Opponent will Psylocke and play the Rock. Sure. Is there a way to fit all the Series 3 cards you're missing? Yes, you can do it in client by filtering through to what you have, or you can do it in the tracker as well if you prefer. You just can go turn off owned, or whatever the button says. I can't remember the exact wording of it, unfortunately. Think I'm making another Darkhawk. Do you have a favourite discard destroy variant that seems to be the cards you want to get and your favourite play pattern? I think my favourite discard deck is probably the Lockjaw discard, like, variation. I really enjoy playing that when it's good. Gamora. What exactly is my opponent doing? I think we're boned. I assumed this was winning this lane here. I assumed the Darkhawk was always going to be big enough, and apparently it is not. Yeah, we are having a rough time with this one so far. When Baku make your deck one less card than they think it is at the end, that's a fantastic heads-up play. Momo, we're led to believe, based on the announcement, that it should leave you with approximately the exact same amount of tokens. Yeah, we're not doing a very good job at drawing Zabu, which is definitely part of the issue we're having here. Played a move deck, you're still new to the game and misplace your cards. For sure, Shade. Yeah, move is a hard deck to get used to. It takes some practice. I've forgotten what Zabu looks like. Ugh. I'm going with the Wong, I think, but I'm a little scared of the Rock. Maybe we just make sure our opponent gets a Rock and then make another Darkhawk. I feel like we're just going for this play pattern quite a lot here. And maybe we are just wrong to be doing so because we're exposing our Darkhawks early to, like, interactive effects. We're going to try it. We really would like to draw Zabu at some point, though. I'll be honest. Bucky Carnage for the opponent, sure. So do we... I think we rock slide into Absorbing Man here, right? Mystique seems good. Yeah, Mystique is very good with Darkhawk, for sure. This gives you another way of getting another copy of your big payoff card. Opponent will wave us, sure. And Yondu to eat the Zabu. Oh, we found him, boys and girls. We found Zabu. He was just dying to Yondu all along. So we'll go for the second copy of Rock Slide here. Opponent will Leader, which, I mean, man, this card is still going to be here too. Oh, okay, this has been a rough learning experience. I mean, to be fair, I know we've been doing a terrible job at drawing Zabu, and that's definitely part of it, right? This deck is very built around that card, so not finding it is going to cause you to have a reasonable number of early retreats, I think. So maybe I should just be giving up one cube more often and getting out of dodge. Alright, Psylocke it is. Opponent with the Colleen Wing on Swarm. The old Colleen on Swarm on turn 2. You love to see it. Murder World. Well, we're not playing there. Wong it is. Wong it be. Okay. So this is just always going to be rock slide here, I think. Opponent with the Dracula, so we're probably not picking a fight over Murder World if we could help it. Your deck is full of rocks. Thank you, Zabu. Thank you for turning up eventually. I think we probably are actually supposed to play it here too, is the thing. Are we? Andre, maybe. As I said, I am brand new to this archetype. I really don't know. We could probably try it over Psylocke in a bit, maybe. Yeah, I think we do this, actually. Stop our opponent from drawing the card. Opponent with a Zabu of their own, sure. We did find the Dark Hawk. Makes me wish I'd gone for the line of double rock slide. Regret. So we are just going to Dark Hawk, Moon Girl, Absorbing Man, I suppose. Have you ever seen somebody goose? Look at my hand.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we lose this game, but look at my hand. Look at the goose and... Oh, we're okay. We get there. Look at that. Thank you for the brand new sub, by the way. I apologize that I missed it immediately in the middle of my handful of goose. That's one for the highlight reel. You ever seen a hand with 7 geese? This is peak Marvel Snap, folks. You might not like it, but this is what the future of Marvel Snap looks like. I believe the plural is goosen. That there is indeed a gaggle of goosen. Goose wins. That one's pretty cool. That will probably turn up somewhere, I think. That game's very sweet. Admittedly, I've been struggling to find much use for Moon Girl in our games so far. Our hands are still quite full by the time that we can play her. I think she's probably still good enough, but it's definitely something worth noting. I think we Psylocke here basically always, otherwise she's blank, whereas the other 2 drops can still do something later on. Opponent will Forge. Found it better without Wong. Interesting to know, Nova. I appreciate your input, bud. It all matters. As I say, this is literally my first day with the deck. So I'm still going to be learning things, trying things out. This is like list number 1. So we're gonna see how it goes. I appreciate all the feedback. Moon Girl plus Quinjet is pretty great with Zabu, yeah, I agree. Devil Dino for a second win con. People have been mentioning that one. I'm not completely against it by any stretch. I'm just not sure if we need the extra win con just yet. Hopefully I will find out in due time. Think I'm putting more rocks in my opponent's deck. We do kind of need to find our Dark Hawk here, though. I think that's kind of what I miss about Crystal, in theory, is that we've been able to spin into Dark Hawk a little more often. Oh boy, Vibranium. Do I just make a bunch of vibranium? Is that a thing I'm supposed to do? Maybe. I think I really want to lock off my opponent's draw step in case they have Surfer, so I'm actually going to go that route, I think. Wonder if you take out the Spider-Man lockdown package for Dino as a second win con. Maybe, yeah. I certainly don't think it's impossible. I'm just kind of obsessed with Spider-Man right now. Yeah, no doubt that the Dino side of things can definitely improve your cube rate. I think it's hard to argue that it doesn't. Don't think we are getting here this time, though. Sarah says otherwise. Very much just floating up and down right now. I think I'll take another small handful with this list, and then I'll look to make some adjustments. Might try Chavez at the top, like was suggested before. Yeah, triple Spider-Man on Limbo is very spicy. Initially, you played Dark Hawk like it was Dino, but it usually needs more support on its lane. Yeah, for sure. You may just want to forgo the Goose protection. Could lean into Wave, Odin, Doom. I think I like the idea of Goose protecting, to be honest, but I can see where you're coming from. This is kind of my issue with Psylocke, because it just doesn't really do very much after turn 2 exactly. To be fair, we are on a Superflow game, so it's probably not a fair criticism. Yeah, Giz Anime, me too. I got it today. I'm a big fan of the Christmas variant of Rockslide. I do think the lava-looking one is a bit cooler, but they are both very, very nice. We are doing a whole lot of nothing right now. I think I'm giving up an energy for a turn, letting the Wong slide over. Opponent with the Zabu. We find our Darkhawk. At the moment, he's not very big. If we double up our hand, we do not really achieve very much. I'm not an Evil Dead fan. Not a massive one. I am familiar with Evil Dead, but not. I wouldn't call myself a fan, shall we say. We could play into drawing the Absorbing Man here, maybe. Try and keep them locked out of Superflow. I think we're pretty far behind here, sadly, is the truth. We're definitely playing Korg, I think, in the Darkhawk deck. Feels criminal to not be playing it, I think. I think I'm just on board to be making bodies here. I don't really think I have much else going on. Nope, Nova, take care of yourself. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. Again, to be completely honest, we've also completely sucked at drawing Zabu on time, which is a valid criticism. We're just tucking this in here now. So we just look to make another Darkhawk play the Zabu. I'm not against it. Happy New Year. Did I play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Mobile game in the past? I can't say I did. I've played some Master Duel. I have played a fair bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the past from my previous jobs, but mobile game, I don't think so. Well, that's certainly an option. Yeah, opponent agrees they're not winning this one. Enchantress is crazy right now. Enchantress is so good right now. Hey Murdoch, how you doing, buddy? Hopefully all is well with you. Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to think about what this deck looks like as a negative deck. Like, trying to just wrap my brain around it. Because the problem is, like, you do want Korg and Rock Slide. Brand new sub coming in. Dequin Tanari. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the sub. More subscribers coming in. Thank you so much. Kevin Roller. Welcome on into the channel. Hello, hello. I think you need the Rock generation cards, really. And they just don't play very well with negative. Curious. Maybe it's just worth it. Maybe you can just afford to slam them both. Don't know. We're protecting from Shang-Chi here? Yeah, because anime, I thought so as well, but apparently some of us are still opening it. You know, I'm going to take a guess at what I think has happened with the winter variants. And again, this is just a guess, it's speculation. But I think when they were intending to drop the patch with all the balance updates, they expected to be taking it out at that point. And then, of course, that patch didn't happen, so it hasn't been taken out. That's my best guess. Yeah, I think Korg is an MVP in the Dark Hawk decks, personally. Very exhausted. Having kids sometimes can be tough. Fair play, my dude. Keep up the good work and keep taking care of them kids. Not easy to do. Zabu Darkhawk might be very bad. Yeah, we're working on Zabu Darkhawk at the moment. Looking for the Darkhawk. 1 energy for 11 power on average isn't bad. I mean, sure. If there's been a confirmation on the patch turning up, I actually haven't seen it. You got the Ebony Memorial one, didn't want it? Oh, sorry to hear. Well, unfortunately our plan gets ruined by Avengers Compound. I guess at this point we fill this up. Because if we draw the Darkhawk, we're going to want to go Darkhawk anyway. Well, Darkhawk, because of Goose. Think so. I'm not sure we're winning this game, sadly. 1 for 10. Yeah, it might just be good enough. It genuinely might just be good enough. Also got Winter Patriot. Very nice. Yeah, I think we are likely doomed here. Yup. Do I think this game has a longevity rate comparable to Hearthstone? I certainly think it has the potential to have that longevity rate. As to whether it will, very much depends on the future stances they take. Alright, let's get a bit experimental, shall we? I don't mind losing some ranks. I don't really mind losing ranks while we're experimenting. I am running out of deck space, though, so let me delete something. We could probably get rid of some of these early Zabu decks at this point to make some space. We're definitely not playing this one anymore. Cool, that'll do for now. So let's go negative Darkhawk Zabu and see if we can figure this thing out. So okay. So we start with the things that we know we need to have in the deck for certain. And I'm sure we can adjust from there. So if we're doing this, we're going to be starting on the 4s, I think. So negative Darkhawk. Jubilee might make the cut this time, actually. Wong definitely makes the cut. Winter Patriot without having the main car. Very nice. That's all you can ask for, really. So, if we want to see whether we can get away with doing... Can you see the Moonhawk list real quick? I'm probably not going to go popping it up right now, Momo. It's still a previous work in progress. It's in the Decks That Took Us to Infinite video, if you want to go grab it real quick. But if I remember, I'll try and flex it for you after we're done building here. What else do we want to do with this? So, we're going to try... Jubilee does seem like it could be good in theory, but I think... So I'm going to try this list to start with the rock support, and then if it's terrible and we keep getting caught with the negative in our hands too often, we'll take it out. Maybe I don't. I think I probably still play the rock slide, but that's because I think rock slide is just like too good not to play. So we're playing the Zabu. We're playing the rock slide. Jubilee can indeed be very hit or miss, I think, yeah. So what other 4s are we considering that play well with negative? Okay. Brand new sub coming in, thank you very much. Munkurai, thank you very much, appreciate you. Bast? Bast probably makes the cut here, yeah. I can definitely see that. Absorbing. So Absorbing's targets here end up being Rock Slide at the moment. Yeah, so I think we're on Psylocke. Probably on Iron Man if we're playing Bast. Dun, 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 dun. We'll go with the infinite framed one. Ironheart. Ironheart's not terrible. How many 4s are we on so far? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I probably want at least one more 4-cost card, I think. It probably ends up being Absman. The question is, what else does Absman combo with? Maybe it is just Ironheart. Some sort of protection. I think this deck is going to be a little more in on just doing the thing. Maybe Rockslide ends up being too bad. I think we can probably try Widow. In theory. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm gonna try this without Rockslide to start with. We have Mystique at the moment. So if we try Widow... There's so many options, it's crazy. Try Widow. Why do I not have all variants off, by the way? What am I doing? Rogue? Rogue's interesting. I'm a little light on a 4 now. I think I need another 4 if I'm not playing the Rock Slide. Hey, Marvel Studios. Happy to see you. Thank you for the subscriber if you're brand new. Appreciate you. What other 4 are we, like, interested in playing in this deck? Filter by strength. Yeah, we can do, I guess. Probably a reasonable suggestion. Rogue for other Zabus. Yeah, I really wish we had Super Scroll. Super Scroll would kind of be ace. I do think we need another turn 3 as well, to be honest. Jubilee. I think Jubilee misses too often in this deck at the moment. Omega Red. It's kind of interesting. Doesn't play particularly well with negative. Dracula Chavez. I don't think we have too many hits on the Dracula. Moon Girl. I don't think we ever empty our hand enough to do that, unfortunately. I think I want to try Bishop in here. I think I'm kind of into the idea of Bishop. Agent Coulson, I don't have it, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would definitely give it a shake, I think. Spider-Man's good with that. Yeah, I think I'm leaning... So, my question is whether we play Spider-Man here or we play, like, Sarah. I think I'll try on Spider-Man to start with. Maybe not. Thor is also a blank with negative, unfortunately. It might just be Spidey. Bishop and Korg. I definitely think... So I'm trying Bishop, yeah. I think I need another 4 here. Like, I kind of want to play Sarah, but I think we need another 4 in terms of just having enough stuff to do. It needs to play well with Negative and Bast. Because we're only on, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them right now. Maybe we do just play the Rock Slide. It's just so awkward with the rest of the deck. What are we trying to wong? Yeah, I guess the thing is at the moment we're not actually wonging that much stuff. Kind of want to try Crystal again. Yeah, how about we do... Oh, dude, this deck is hard to build. Yeah, Super Scroll would be so nice for this deck, I think. And sadly, we don't have it. I think I'm gonna try the Wong, like the Wong Ironheart variation. This is just like such a blank right now. Shang-Chi, Blue Marvel. Blue Marvel's not terrible, but I think we really do need more 4s. Let's try some anti-meta-y stuff, I suppose. I'm not really sure which variation we want to go with. Ah, this is rough. Rogue and Crystal. I think I'm on board for the Rogue. Rogue seems good in my own Zabu deck. But we're only on like 4 4s at this point. Is that really enough? Rescue? Like, we're at the point where like Absorbs isn't doing anything either is the problem. Not really seeing how this is going to come together. Wong Ironheart. Yeah, I'm feeling like we have to move towards the on reveal package. Crystal is pretty hit or miss, I think, yeah. Moon Girl ever absorbing? Maybe. I want to squeak Ironheart in his somewhere. Magic Rescue absorbing Profit. Tempting. Yeah, I think this is a bit of a half-cooked idea, honestly. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna think about this a little bit more. We will try the Chavez over here that was suggested in the original Dark Hawk deck, and I might come back for this. Because the sad truth is, at the minute, I think it's a bit half-cooked. I'm trying to find the numbers like live on stream, and like nothing is really making sense. So I think that's one that I'll keep working on. I am interested. I'll take some suggestions in chat, of course. But I'm really kind of not seeing it come together there, unfortunately. Sandman. I mean, I think Sandman is more reasonable than a lot of people give it credit for. We'll try this for a bit while we have a think, because honestly, Super Scroll seems like a big miss for that archetype, honestly. And otherwise, it's like some of the 4s you want to play, you can't play the 3s that you want to play next to them. Some of the 3s you want to play, you can't play the 4s you want to play next to them. It's a pretty gnarly roundabout. Maybe we don't go the negative route and we just go the Serra route instead. And if we become a Serra deck, we can still play like Korg and Rockslide. This feels pretty good. Yeah, taking up space with Sinister London on the board seems kind of great. Folks, if you are joining us for the first time, you haven't done so already, please do consider liking the stream for me. It goes a very long way in helping us reach more people, push the content out, algorithm nonsense, so on and so forth. Just go down there and press that thumb for me. I would really appreciate it. And subscribe down there while you're at it, if you haven't already. That'd be great. Yeah, David, I kind of agree. It's just about space. Do I want double Zabu, or is 1 enough? I feel like 1 is probably enough. You can play Magic and just be greedier. I feel like you're just putting more and more bricks in your deck. Maybe you can do that with Serra. Not sure. Opponent snaps. I think we're snapping back. Because my plan is to Wong this Rockslide. Fill my opponent's deck with crap. And then play some Darkhawks. Opponent will Spider-Man us in Sinister London. That's fine. We have a turn to wait. The problem is if it happens again, then we might be in some trouble. Rock, rock. Rock, rock. Rock, rock. Yeah, I kind of want to explore the Serra version of a deck too, for sure. So we'll hold this for now, see if we can get it into Sinister London. But until then, rock, rock. A little worried about there being another Absorbing Man on the other side here and making me look very silly. We can just Moon Girl to get double Darkhawk. That's probably better. But we actually can't. We don't have space. I'm about to get double Spidey, don't I? I can smell it. I guess we retreat if it happens, because there's not a lot we can do about it. Yeah, please don't go right. Please don't go right. God damn it. I don't mind taking that flip because, like, not only does the opponent have to have the Absorbing Man, but the second Absorbing Man needs to hit far right as well. It's like, dude. Alright, that's pretty brutal. The joys. I mean, we're doing it too, so I can't really complain. Alright, cheap Zabu. I think I actually want a Goose first to keep this safe. That was actually very stupid, because we can't keep this safe. There is an Elysium in play. Alright, Scott, well done. Well, it's going to be safe now. Opponent will fill up on the right-hand side. Opponent snaps back. Let's see if I regret this choice immediately once again. But hopefully it's our turn to go for the double Spidey line. Opponent will double Ironheart. They will not be playing into Karmatage, that's for sure. I did it in the wrong order. Oh, Scott, what are you doing? Okay, hopefully it's not going to matter, but that was obviously not ideal. Darkhawk, Rock Slide. Oh, no, hang on. Darkhawk. So if I go Darkhawk with the intention of going Darkhawk, Rock Slide, I think we're okay. I balls this up really bad. So double Rock Slide. Double Gambit. And we're good. Oh, dude. That should not have been that close. Order lol. Order Mr. Streamer. We're okay. Had my heart in my mouth. That should not have been that close. Beefy Hawks. Beefy Hawks. Oh, weird world. That's terrible. Bit of Mojo world. Alright. I don't think we're holding this. Seems mostly pointless. Opponent will Iceman. Of course it hits the Zabu. Why does it always hit the Zabu? Never mind. Never mind. It was always supposed to hit the Zabu. It did us a favor. Easy clap. What an emotional roller coaster that 5 seconds was. I think we actually go Ronin here to start with. And Murder World, you have a trifecta, something like that. Opponent has my Darkhawk. That thing currently has 20 power. We score a leader from OP. Well, I would like the Darkhawk to not be there anymore. If that is okay with you. I guess I can wait on this, right? I can just... Zabu Wong. Opponent snaps back. I'm a little scared at this point. Yummy Shang-Chi. We certainly hope so. Arrow. Well, that might come up in a minute or two. Opponent with the Double Hawks, of course. Plays Absorbing Man. Doesn't have a target. They don't understand how it works. I'm so sorry, friend. That interaction does not work the way that you hoped it did. So we just... We just lead her, right? Don't see a reason why we wouldn't just lead her. This seems safer than arrow. Opponent is out of here. All Gucci. Okay. Turning it around. Some wild, wild games this last couple here. Alrighty. Starting to get the knack of this thing. Turns out drawing Zabu more does win you more games. Shocking, I know. We can even keep it safe with this goose. Some Patriot on the other side, sure. Sakar pulls my Absorbing Man, which is pretty bad. What's the net cubes right now? Like nothing. The first like handful of games we played with this deck took forever for us to figure out what we were supposed to be doing, and I just like kind of tanked my rank a bit, so probably not great. I think Leader wins more games there than Aero, I think, just in case our opponent has 4 things to play. Chavez is helping so far. Opponent's Absorbing Man. How do we both flip Absorbing Man and my opponent gets another copy of Brood? Bruh. That is upsetting. So we probably want to Spider here on turn 5 if we can. So the plan here for me is to go... Korg Darkhawk with the intention of going Mystique Spider-Man. Never mind. I guess that's not a thing that we're doing. Well, I guess we can stop the Silver Surfer now, right? We just make ourselves another Darkhawk. Stop the Surfer. So no Surfer coming. So unfortunately, we don't beat Patriot here. Yeah. No dice on that one. Opponent outplayed us basically every step of the way. The Cosmo and filling the lane on the left-hand side. Both very, very solid plays that made us look a little bit silly. Turns out getting 2 extra bodies to buff with your X-Mansion probably helps though, right? Alrighty. Is what it is. Not going to lose any sleep over it. It's pretty unfortunate, but no big deal. No biggie. Sinister London. Are we on double Widow's Bite territory? We might be. Cosmo's your least favorite card in the game by a while? I think it needs to exist. I think if Cosmo doesn't exist, we have some problems against certain archetypes being basically impossible to interact with. I would like a way to interact with Cosmo, but that's a different story. Okay. So I think we goose, but I don't think we want 2 geese. Opponent plays out the Widow's Bites, no big deal. We find Wong, sure. I think we just double Rock Slide here, right? I'm not sure why they would be, Spider. They have abilities. Am I just supposed to Spider here? This feels like it's probably a bit too good. Opponent is out of here. Good stuff. Cosmo should just be a 4-cost. I'd have to think about that a little more. Do we think mobile players can play against PC players in the battle mode feature? I think so, yeah. It's meant to be cross-compatible. You get a rock, and you get a rock, and you get a rock, and everybody gets rocks. Oh boy, that's a lot of rocks. Yeah, Sinister London is pretty good for this deck, shockingly. You know what, chat? You know what we haven't seen all night? Subterranea. The one day that I would ever be okay seeing Subterranea, and we finally just don't see it at all. Yeah, bruh, we've had a similar problem with this one tonight, admittedly. The more you build around Zabu, the worse it gets if you don't find it. So, trying to experiment with some redundancy. We've tried some Psylocke, we've tried some America Chavez, but yeah, there's definitely some risk involved. Alright. Zabu coming on down. Got to be careful of that Isle of Silence. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. Opponent goes in on the Angela. They drew the rock as well. I'm very sorry, opponent. You have not had the best of draw steps so far. Okay. We can potentially double Spidey this game, which is good. In fact, we can do... Oh, hang on. No, we can't because of Dream Dimension, right? So what we are supposed to do here is go Moon Girl Spidey, though. That is what we are supposed to do here. Like my import a Leech change. Not sure, Spider. I honestly mostly think Leech is fine. It's just a bit miserable. It depends on if you want to be keeping the changing the play experience because of that miserable. If so, that change is probably okay. Yeah, we've seen Vibranium Mines, but we haven't seen Lecaguela either. So I think we just Spidey this again. And look for our Darkhawk. Hey Chad, welcome back. Opponent will Shang-Chi mid. Okay. And the opponent would like to leave. Okay. We're starting to see a little bit more of what this is about at this point in time. It took us a while to wrap our head around it, but this deck has some very strong play patterns, and admittedly, the Chavez change has felt pretty reasonable. We will do some corgi nonsense. Rock. Xandar flipping over, sure. So we find our Darkhawk, this is good. No turn 2 play for us here. We'd like to find our Zabu in an ideal world. Looks like we might be against Hela or Patriot. A little bit of Invisible Woman on the other side. No such luck. Alright. Bonk. Here's where we definitely wish we had like an Enchantress or something. We do find our Zabu. I think we're playing it now instead of a 4. It's just worth too much in the way of value. We will put it mid. No play for the opponent. Well, that's disgusting. This deck can certainly feel like you're cheating sometimes. That is disgusting. Oh, dude. It just... That's good to know, bro. I'll keep that one in mind. I think this deck might be the exception because you already have Korg that you really want to play in the 1-drop slot, but I certainly could appreciate wanting it in some other decks. The Spidey 1-2 is just real gross. Well, we drew the rock that our opponent gifted to us. Think we're likely to Zabu mid, so I will goose there to keep it safe. We are playing the mirror match again. 9 power. So we are probably just going to be chucking these over here and likely giving it up. Yeah, probably. So Zabu out. Playing with the Thor, so maybe not a mirror match exactly. Thor's an interesting one. It's quite good for me, actually. Puts another card in your deck. Okay. So I think we just play the Dark Hawk here, honestly. Santiago, thank you for the brand new subscription, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Pleasure to have you here today. Welcome, welcome. And then we go make another Dark Hawk. Lock this off. Man, you wish you had Dark Hawk? Yeah, I mean, people, you know, don't have to watch if they don't want to, but there's a reason I'm playing with it today and why it's going to be taking up today's stream is because it's been sitting in my shop for like a month. And I've been very, very hopeful to see it for that time, so... Well, I can't play this Chavez mid, which is a little unfortunate. I guess this is better. No point me competing over here. Great to see you as a guest host on the podcast. Well, thank you, bud. I appreciate that. Hopefully I am too in the future. It would be nice. Oh, this morning while playing negative, Triskelion gave you Psylocke and negative. Wow, very nice. Hey, Captain Calamari. It's been improving slowly. We started pretty rough. We're brand new to this Dark Hawk deck. I finally got the card in my hands for the first time today. So, slowly figuring out what it's trying to do. And it took us a while. We lost a good chunk of cubes while we were figuring it out. And now we seem to have most of our head around what we're trying to do here. What is this deck, by the way? I guess this is just Lockjaw on reveal. I don't mind losing a cube to Doctor Doom there, that's fine. That is okay. I guess a little unfortunate, but it's mostly fine. What's the logo on my hat? It's the Linkin Park logo. They are a rock/metal band, depending on what you think of both of those genres. Alright, a little bit of Korg. Illuminati logo. Definitely not. Definitely not. Don't stop telling people that. Playing more of a pure lane lockdown using Zabu. Playing Storm and Spider-Man. Interesting. Do I think that's better? I haven't really seen anybody doing it, to be honest. So a little hard to comment. Not sure. Opponent goes in on Kiln here. Looks to be playing Zoo Dracula. Can I even use him with Series 3? I'm not sure, actually. I would need to give it a thought on how you could use Super Scroll there. I'm not entirely sure. Open Dark Hawk randomly today. I'm jealous. I had to save for it for ages. This is a little bit of a rough one, actually. Maybe we give up on Kiln. I think we actually probably do. Pop band, rude. Pop band. Yeah, it's been a while, Jeff. Been a while for sure. Pop band. Disgusting. Alright, how do we want to do this? We kind of locked ourselves out of duplicating these, unfortunately. So I think it's Dark Hawk. Dracula Zoo's by far your favourite archetype. It's pretty sweet. Deck's very, very cool. Appreciates my down-to-earth opinion, but do you think it's a good idea to unlock Lockjaw from the shop at 1,000 tokens? Without knowing your collection level, Matthew, honestly, or not your collection level per se, but your collection per se, it's kind of hard to be able to tell you that for sure. So we're going to Zabu here with the intention of Wong Rock Slide. I don't know what cards you have and what you don't, so it's hard for me to comment. I think Lockjaw's a lot of fun, but it is Probably not one of the higher end buys from Pool 3. World's best boy band. Oh god, what is chat like, honestly? You hurt my soul, chat. You hurt my soul. Alright, well. Stats, question mark. We know opponent has another Maximus here, don't we? This is just not going to be enough. Trying to hit the credit cap and unload. Very nice price. Good luck out there. The disrespect to LP is making me feel like there's something crawling in your skin. God damn it. You got 4 left at 2,900. I mean, that is about normal, I think, at this current rate, unfortunately. I was finished at about 2,900, but I don't think it's that fast anymore. These wounds, they will not heal. Chat, some of chat gets it, some of chat wants to offend every fibre in my body. And that's okay. Goodbye, Rockslide. You tried your best. We'll take a Zabu. Zabu would be nice. That is not a Zabu. Do we ever play this Mystique as a tiebreaker body? It's genuinely possible. I think we're supposed to do this. Just tries to help us load up the tiebreaker body in Mojo World. We're never going to get to play it on curve otherwise. What about Fort Minor? I love Fort Minor. I'm a very big Mike Shinoda guy. Big fan. So if we go Moon Girl with the intention of going Dark Hawk, I think that's the plan here. Opponent will get Fantastic. Yeah, maybe Cool Guy. I'm 28 currently. 5 cards in my opponent's deck. And they snap. So there will be 4 cards in their deck, so these are going to be 9 power. So we can actually keep an extra card in their deck as well, right? I think I'm sticking through this snap. Opponent will Brood to fill up. Gotta be scared of Surfer here, maybe? So we go Dark Hawk. So 5 cards in deck, right? So maybe we try and pick the fight over the sewer system instead. This happens for sure. The question is where the other Dark Hawk goes. Do we build our decks with Fort Minor ratios? I think I gotta try and beat the Surfer. This is unfortunately too small to beat the Surfer, thanks to the Maximus, right? Okay, well we weren't beating the Surfer anyway then, I guess. That's a rough one. I thought we definitely had a shot there. Snap is 10%. Love it. 10% luck, 20% skill, 50% concentrated power of... Oh god, that game went horribly wrong. Rest in peace to Chester, indeed. Bought any bundle that included tokens? Yeah, I mean, I can't say I blame you if that's your cup of tea. That did not go to plan. I thought that was a pretty reasonable chance that Dark Hawk actually wins the location by itself there, but evidently not. And it wasn't going to win the other location either, so I think I stayed in and probably regret doing so. Why? We've seen Weird World twice and 0 Subterraneas. What is this nonsense? Zabu Surfer. Yeah, we've definitely worked on a variation of Zabu Surfer. A few of them at this point, actually. It's on my list to kind of spend more time on in the near future. Hopefully I got punished by my own Korg, dude. This sucks so bad. Please destroy the weird world. Please.
He really grows on you, doesn't he?
Brand new subscriber coming in. That wagless mage. It's that wageless mage. Okay, that makes more sense. It's like, are you missing out on a wag? That wageless mage, thank you for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. This isn't any good to me. Ed, yeah, for sure. Our tier list comes out every Monday. We intend on having one out this Monday too. Does this... This doesn't buff my opponent's Thor, does it? I should have no idea how that works. This sucks so bad. I guess we're about to find out. If it does, I'm just going to leave. It's fine. I'm not massively fussed. Opponent stole our Dark Hawk, makes sense. Who's better at rugby, Springboks or the Lions? You know the answer I have to give you there. You know the answer I have to give you there. It doesn't? Yeah, thank God. I was like, that doesn't work that way, right? Working from home, how we doing? We're doing alright, Gunter. It's been a bit of a mixed bag of a night. Hopefully you are too. Yeah, meta update hopefully still arrives on Monday. Everything going to plan. I think we do this. That's a little unfortunate. Okay, obviously the Springboks. Oh, chat. I mean, there's no way they don't play mid, right? Is there a way to win this game? I don't think so, sadly. Like, the arrow doesn't do anything for us. Very likely. Assuming they play more than 7 power. To be fair, they have our deck in hand. So they drew our Chavez. Yeah, we don't beat our own Chavez. Rough one. But I mean, this is Weird World, right? Weird World does this. You don't get to play your own deck. You've never seen Ego? That's crazy. Ego is on the rare location list, but it turns up plenty for me. Doom. Sadly, I don't think Doom actually does enough there. Never give up, never surrender. That's definitely not how this game works. You'll be out of cubes pretty quickly if you do that. Has Den found any spicy Zabu list to place high on the tier list? That would be telling, wouldn't it? You'll just have to watch the video. No, we know our opponent drew our Chavez, and like with a lane Spider-Man off, like I don't think there's any way they don't just play the Chavez mid. Still debating unlocking Lockjaw. Yeah, I understand, Matthew. Again, without knowing what kind of cards you own, it's a really fun card. It's very enjoyable to screw around with in the discard shells, the Lock Thor shells. But it's not high on my list of unlocks. Andre, thank you so much, my dude. That's so generous of you. Thank you for gifting 5 new memberships to the Marvel Snap Zone channel.
But we did.
Prywin, Apollo, Laurent, Ryan, and Surreal, welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. You are now members of the channel. Hopefully, you can enjoy your perks, and thank you for the support. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That means a lot.
But we did.
Hi, Bloppy. How you doing? Or we did this in Alex's chat yesterday. Bloopy. Hi, Bloopy. How you doing?
We wouldn't notice, but we did.
Saving your tokens for Brood? Fair enough.
That man is playing Galaga.
GG's, Matt. GG's.
Thought we wouldn't notice.
Dude, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I really appreciate you. All that money really helps in going back into the website.
That man is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice.
You watch and like the tier list every week. You're just hoping for a small teaser. See, the truth is I can't give you the teaser because... So people don't realise this, but the turnaround on the tier list is actually really, really fast. It's like easily the hardest bit of our job every week.
That man is playing Galaga.
Basically because Den does research on Friday, Saturday, writes the article on Sunday, and then we both have to turn it around before Monday. So currently, I can't tell you what he's on his tier list because he's still writing it.
That man is playing Galaga.
Wow, these membership alerts are going off. Thank you. Again, I really appreciate that. It means a lot. But yeah, people don't realize the tier list, we try and leave it as late as we can to gain as much information as we can. But it means the turnaround is always very fast. Happy to expand the community. I appreciate you, man. It means a lot. It means a lot. That's what we South Africans do. We do, honestly. Oh, chat knows how to get under my skin, huh? If Ego knew how to play, he wouldn't make you so mad. F. Oh, rough. Rough. Okay. So we can look to combo here on turn 5, fingers crossed. So I'm going to go Darkhawk into Rock Slide with the intention of going full combo next turn. That man's playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Hey, you can finally make a stream. Good to see you, Blobfish. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. How are you? I'm doing pretty well, thank you. We've had a bit of an emotional roller coaster of a day, but doing all right. Hopefully you are too. Means a lot, Andre, really, honestly. As much as I don't take donations, so the channel revenue goes back to Marvel Snap Zone. They pay my wages. What goes into the YouTube channel goes back to Snap Zone to go back into the website. That means that, you know, it's doing a good job. I can show the figures of the money we're making on the channel back to my boss, and it keeps him happy. So it helps me in a way. Got Darkhawk pinned. By the time you get it, it will no longer be any good. I'm so sorry, Adam. Fingers crossed it's a bit sooner than that. Sarah Patriot? What is this nonsense? When Ego shows you gamble, yeah, I always snap. Always snap on Ego. It's part of the rules. Alright. Knock knock, disco o'clock. Giving me good vibes. My next card reveal from reserves will be Super Scroll. I hope so. I really want to try it out in some of these negative Zabu decks. Best counter for Darkhawk? I mean, Rogue, Enchantress, Sandman, Shang-Chi. Any of the above, really. Gentleman's rules. Someone you face didn't snap on Ego. No. We don't do that here. We don't encourage that kind of behavior. You always snap on Ego. You deal with your 8 cube loss. It's the way the game is supposed to be played. But it will Mystique their Patriots. Is he worth pinning? I don't think so, Ed. I just want him for my own fun. More than anything else. And we should be good here a lot of the time. We're more likely to lose Gamma Lab, I think. Scroll's a bit memey, I agree. I think mostly is definitely a tech card Not something you should be spending tokens on if you have limited tokens, in my opinion. Do you get Death from your shop? Death is a reasonable buy. If you think you'll enjoy the deck that she goes in, if you've got Wave, more importantly, like having Wave is kind of a big deal. Opponent is out of here. If you don't have Wave, it's a bit worse to be buying Death, I think. Ego should control snaps and retreats as well. Disagree! Do not let the man do that. That would be a terrible idea. Any idea why you wouldn't get any login rewards on your phone and log in every day? No. Can't say I do, unfortunately. I am not familiar with any bug or issue currently in that regard. Maybe there's something, but not something I know about. Been playing Deathwave a ton. Deathwave's a fun one, for sure. Oh, we have the bug again, folks. Can you see it? There it goes. Little sneak peek of battle mode, I think. Keeps loading in every now and then on the odd game. You're missing Magneto and Leader. Is it still okay? I think so, yeah. Missing Leader's a big one, but I think you can still play the deck without those. As long as you've got Wave Death, that kind of stuff, I think you're going to be okay. Wave Death, Arrow, should be reasonable enough on a budget. Opponent will Zabu, we will also Zabu. Okay. So we don't get to do the Spider-Man trick this game thanks to Avengers Compound. So I guess what we do is we do it the other way around, right? We go... Opponent snaps. Darkhawk Spidey. Whose career in chat and or HowlingMines is to face the wrath of Titania when battle mode comes out? I'm going to die to Titania a lot, I think. Refuse to play Leader out of principle? Fair. That did not work how I expected it to. Clintar? Clintar gives me a 1-power symbiote. I have learned my lesson. That's really annoying. I did not know that, and now I do. That's a huge pain in the ass. Do I think Spidey needs a nerf? Not yet. Not personally. Oh, that's not how I thought that worked. We're probably just retreating here. We're winning mid, but I don't think we can win another lane. Yeah, I actually straight up didn't know how that worked. Even if I wasn't reading chat, I would have probably balls that up anyway. Just from a lack of familiarity. Opponent's got 7 cards in hand, so a dinosaur ends up being 3 plus 12, too big. Dino ends up being too big. Yeah. Will Mystique Vault still work there? No, it will not. That is kind of the problem, unfortunately. I did not know that's how that worked, and now I do. Lesson has been learned. Anyone excited for the new Ant-Man movie? Honestly, sadly, not really. My love for Marvel films is a bit off at the minute. I think Multiverse of Madness really put me off. I didn't enjoy it very much. Well, this doesn't do anything. Perfect. Okay, we have some options. So we probably just try and lock on 5 again here, I imagine. So the play is likely just going to be one rock slide. And in that case, we're better off doing it over here so that we can try and lock and fill up the raft at the same time. They need to reboot Ghost Rider. That would be cool. I would love a Ghost Rider reboot, to be fair. Good thing you ended and not with a new Thor. Fair enough. Last Marvel movie you liked was Spider-Man. At the moment, you're looking forward to Deadpool 3? I can definitely see the excitement for Deadpool 3. I am definitely slightly excited about that one too. My name is Korg. I'm made of rocks. I tried to snap early there and failed. So it looks like this might all come down to a rumble in the jungle as to who has the most stats in the Dark Dimension. As we are locked and loaded in the raft. So I think my play is just double Chavez. And hopefully 18 power is more than my opponent's power from the rafted card. Yes, Hugh Jackman is returning as Wolverine indeed. Fair enough, Blood Ice. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's the beautiful part about film, really, is that we can all enjoy different things. A language all of its own. That's what they say, for sure. Folks, if you're hanging out and you haven't done so already, I would ask you politely to do one small favor. Please do consider liking the stream if you haven't done so already. Goes a long way into helping us out. Well, 18 power not enough. 18 power enough. We get there by 1. Perfect. Royal Gucci. I think we just make a play for both lanes, Chad, most of the time, honestly. But we finally get our player 6 cost card mission. Yeah, if you haven't done so already, please consider liking the stream for me. It goes a very long way in helping us out in reaching more people. Just press that thumb, costs you nothing. Goes a very, very long way. And if you would like to make sure you're keeping up with Snap Zone content in the future, by all means, subscribe as well. Would be lovely to see you for more things Marvel Snap in the future. Okay, I'm just going to fire the goose off on the right-hand side here with the intention of it being where I play my Zabu. Darkhawk's probably going mid here a lot of the time. Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool is the best casting in Marvel since Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. That's a good opinion, I suppose. I'm hoping the movie's pretty great. I have my hopes up. Alright, see if we can fill this raft in time before the opponent. I'm curious about where else this card is supposed to go. I keep trying to like brainstorm myself with a few more like Darkhawk lists, but I'm really not sure how else you... I guess we'll try and put the Sarah deck together in a bit, see how that one plays. I imagine the list looks fairly similar is the problem. Okay. So we probably have to pick this fight, right? Or we just get very sad. The problem is I don't want to give up the Darkhawk. Opponent snaps. Interesting. I guess we can make more Darkhawks. We gain an Odin. Opponent gets a Killmonger, kills their Nova, sure. You sprained your thumb like in the stream. Please don't do that. Been a Deadpool since you were a kid. Had the number 0 comic. Wow. That is quite the prize. Congratulations. Alright, so we're going to be going the Black Widow here to lock the extra card in my opponent's deck, I think. Hold the Odin for now. You calling me short, bub? I'm not Canadian. Not even close. Opponent will deathlock on the left. We draw the Chavez. So how do we want to go about doing this? We're just making big-ass Chavezes in the middle. Hoping that's good enough. I think we'll go for it. Hey, Dalton, well done. Absorbing Man's a sweet one. Hopefully you get to enjoy playing with it as we're starting to now, too. Yeah, Hugh Jackman is a tall, tall man. As a man who's only like 5'6" myself. No, this is not a bot. Opponent had the Herald of Galactus title, and yes, unfortunately this spawned Doctor Doom from the raft is enough for them to play to every location. Feels bad. Feels bad. Open to suggestions, chat. If you've got other ideas of where Darkhawk belongs, we obviously didn't manage to put the negative deck together in time, but I just don't really know where else the card goes. Feels like this is the home for it mostly. Doom finds my total power lacking, certainly does. Where do we want this Sabu to go? Probably left, because I imagine we go Wong Rock Slide mid. Opponent will wave. Are we about to eat a fat Galactus? Hey Momo, welcome back. Good to see you again. Opponent will Magneto the Zabu over. It's kind of annoying. New Fantastic Four movie on the horizon? Yeah, I think so. I remember seeing some details about it. May my opponent enjoy the gift of rocks. You think they'll enjoy the gift of more rocks? Think we do this with the double Darkhawk available. You don't know if you like Darkhawk that much? Yeah, I like the card. I think like it and Rock Slide are like very sweet. The idea of being able to play Korg and have the rocks be good for you is very sweet. The problem is it kind of ties you into like being a Zabu deck at that point, right? Like you're just kind of priced into being a Zabu deck because you're playing so many 4s already. At that point, the deck kind of builds itself. Wow, District X, thank you. Do I play this Titania? I feel like I'm probably supposed to hold this thing. Your stream was behind, totally fair. As I kind of explained earlier on, Jackson, the upcoming tier list on Monday isn't actually written yet. The turnaround is pretty quick on that. So I can't tell you where stuff is because Den is still working on it. Okay, where do we want this to go? I think I'm fine going Colossus for now. Darkhawk's great in Lamentis? Yeah, totally. Haven't seen Sentry being played. I think the sad truth is, Ed, that no one wants to spend their tokens on Sentry. I don't think it's that it's bad. I just think people are a little skeptical of spending their tokens on it. It's interesting, Rayman, for sure. David, no, I haven't. I haven't seen basically any other lists, to be honest. Well, not like while paying attention. I have for work, obviously, but not while focused on in. I'd like to try and make Omega Red playable. I really would. Do we just gambit the Zabu? It feels like it's probably a bit too good to do. We're going to lose our Dark Hawks sometimes. But I think that sometimes is probably okay. Let's kill the opposing Zabu. The Omega Red Invisible Woman deck. Yeah, we've played around with it a bit in the past. It is a good bit of fun. Opponent War White Queen gets an expensive thing. So they have a Dark Hawk. That's what we need to remember. Opponent has a Dark Hawk. Omega Red plus Onslaught. Yeah, we've played that deck and had some fun with it in the past. It is a sweet one. So if we don't play Jessica Jones, we are never getting her bonus. Opponent has 5 cards in deck. Mimichu, don't worry. I am ready for. It's okay. Maybe this is going to be my moment to kind of complain for a second. I guess I'll let myself have it. Yeah, I think this is probably still just correct, right? We go Goose Zabu. Do it this way. Every comment section for the last like week or so has been like so negative. Like everyone is just like so down on stuff. And I'm kind of having to get used to dealing with the comments because they're just on every video. All right, well, good luck with me, I guess. What are my thoughts on turn 1 snapping at higher ranks? Probably a bit loose. You wish all locations were ruined. I think having some locations for variety is nice. You can make Omega work with Hawk. Seems ambitious. Maybe, though. Opponent's out of here. Makes sense. It is another target for Mystique. It certainly is. What do you reckon, chat? You want to try and break Zabu Hawk Omega Red? Is that where we're at? Onslaught does double up Darkhawk. Maybe there's something there. You wanna try and break Omega Red Darkhawk? David was so excited he got timed down. Ninja coming on in, sure. I am fine to fire off the Black Widow here, I think. Oh, David, it's just in place for the bots, I'm afraid. Like, I wish I could have it as so that some caps were allowed, but all of the promotional bots that plague YouTube stream chats does mean I have to have a barrier in place. Are we beating this lizard, or are we just accepting that we have a rock? Feels kind of worse than Iron Man. I mean, we can play Iron Man 2. Nothing stopping us from playing them all. In theory, anyway. I think we have to goose mid here. I think we were never winning Eternity Range anyway. Darkhawk, Zabu, Spectrum. We could theoretically play Spectrum too. Yeah, Spectrum's not bad in this deck, right? In like a version of this deck, right? You get Zabu, you get Darkhawk, you get Wong. Okay, maybe that could work. Yeah, maybe, Andrew. You might be right. Because Rock is actually a bit annoying. I think we won for now. This is kind of tough. Maybe we can't afford to take the time to do this game. I think I'm just supposed to Rock slide. Sure. We could try and build like an ongoing Dark Hawk list if people think that's intriguing. That might be kind of intriguing. You probably still play Korg and Rock Slide in that deck. Mimichu Plunder Castle, I think, is the one that interests me the most. Cards in my opponent's deck, 8. I've got 4. I can still draw Mystique in theory. Think we do this. Oh, thank you, Killer Compton. I appreciate that. Welcome on into the channel. Good to see you. Drawing the Chavez. Is this ever enough? How big's the dino? 6 cards in hand. 3 plus 12. No, it's not. So we don't beat a dino. Are we giving up a cube if it's anything but dino? We don't beat leader either. I think we're out of here. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to try and brew up this Spectrum list. Let's see if I can make something happen in that capacity. That sounds kind of interesting. We've just been bouncing up and down all night, so I fancy trying to work on something else. So let's try and see if we can make something work in this capacity. So Zabu Spectrum. Well, specifically Zabu Darkhawk Spectrum, I guess. Alright, so things that we know we're going to want in this deck. Let's go Darkhawk. Let's go Spectrum. Wherever she is. Over here. How is Zorman but not Darkhawk? That deck is very much built around it, unfortunately, Compton. I don't think you can play it without it. Okay, so what other ongoings are we looking at in this case? So we still want Mystique. Brand new subscriber coming in. Nick, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome on into the channel. You're all good, Chad. No worries. So we want this. We want our Zabu. So this is about as far as I got in wanting to figure this out. So let's start looking at some ongoing effects. And see what else we're going to want. So we probably want Lizard. Lizard's great as an early stat stick. We're going to want Wong. Do we ever want Warpath? Trying to think of what other 4s we want. We definitely want the Rock Slide style of things. So let's do that first before I forget. We want Korg, we want Rock Slide. Armor? Armor might be reasonable. I think I actually still want Goose. Goose was doing some good work for us. Zabu. So I kind of want another 3-drop here, probably. Everyone please like the stream. I appreciate those kind of comments. They really do help me out. I think we want Absorbing Man. Because for games where you can accelerate out Spectrum, you're going to want to be able to do it twice. You want a Rock Slide twice. Maybe you don't want Absorbing Man. Maybe we don't have space for that. Okay, let's go back to looking at the ongoings. Cosmo. Cosmo seems pretty good here. Gotta be careful to not fudge up the Spectrum and like the Wong. But how's the previous deck feel? I think it feels pretty good, but you probably got to be willing to retreat more than I am, because you have a lot of hands that are quite clunky. Can we play Sarah here? Probably not. Omega? You reckon we can get Omega Red to work in this deck? You just play like Omega Red Iron Man? You really want Luke Cage and Typhoid Mary? So we don't have Luke Cage, unfortunately. Maybe we could just play Typhoid Mary anyway. Orca? Sadly not. There's a chance we can just play Mary anyway. How about we do something like this and find space for 0? Maybe this is worse with Wong, though, because you're not able to do as much stuff outside of Spectrum specifically. Warpath? Electro and Zabu best combo? Disagree. Disagree. Don't think Mary's worth it without Shuri. Maybe not. I'm trying to think of what the other 4-cost card is, right? You know what, chat? I'm trying it. I'm trying it. Can we find space for... Can we find space for Onslaught? Or are we just a Spectrum deck? Warpath? Maybe Warpath is good enough. We're probably a pretty good Warpath to actually, you know what? I like the idea of Warpath because we can pretend to be Ongoing Destroyer. To some extent, right? Okay, I'm going to start here. I'm going to start here and see how this feels, and we can go back and try more things accordingly. Armor's interesting. I'm not sure if you want armor over Goose, but I'm going to try and protect myself from Enchantress and Rogue more than I think I want armor. Let's try this version, and then we can play around with more versions in the future. Because space is super tight in this deck. There's a lot of things that you do kind of want to try out and try playing, but you kind of don't have the space to do it all. So I think this is going to be quite interesting to see how this goes. So let's go file over here and update the deck list for you. Let's try this. Let's give this a shake. Cosmo's in the deck, don't worry. We got that one. I wonder if Warpath is good enough. I feel like we might be playing to 3 lanes more often than we'd like. It's definitely my concern right now. So I'm going to try and stack this Zabu behind Goose. You don't like Wong here? I think Wong's pretty good alongside Korg, Rock Slide. Spectrum in particular as well. Phil, we're definitely trying to build around Darkhawk right now, so unfortunately I can't really offer you a good substitute. Okay, gonna hope that we can slide into the raft next turn. Back in 2 shakes of a lamb tail. See you shortly, Chad. Have a good one. That is 2 rafts. Okay. Crossbones? Not sure about that. Maybe. Alright, so we can set up the slide into the raft if we want to. Which I think we kind of do. I think it's just Lizard. No, it's probably not Lizard, right? Because the opponent's going to slide over too, so it's probably Darkhawk. Yeah, okay. A Zabu Zoo deck's decent. Yeah, I've seen a few people having some success with Zabu Kazoo. Hey, Duke Dice, how you doing? Omega Onslaught, it's on the list to test, Gunter, don't worry. I intend on trying that out at some point. I promise you I will. Cosmo in the raft would be funny. Well, we're winning right. I think we're probably winning left as well here. Ding! Okay, that was a good start. That was indeed a good start. Moongo does to copy the Hawk. Yeah, we've had Moongo in the previous list that we played. Mystique does a pretty good job at copying the Hawk too. I think Moongirl might be a little hard to fit in here. Not sure though. Is getting the pass necessary? I don't think it's necessary. I don't think anything's necessary. If you've been doing okay with Patriot, keep crushing. Interesting. Now we have some options. I think I actually want to play the Goose here to try and keep my Zabus safe. It's not like I'm not going to have the energy to play everything else out anyway. Moongirl does work with Zabu, I agree, yeah. It's just how many ongoing bodies do we need for Spectrum to be worthwhile? That's kind of the question. Oh, Sakar, why have you got to do that to me? Sakar absolutely ruining all of my fun. Well, now we've got to try and build into 2 lanes to try and keep the warpath ticking. I guess I'd rather put the rocks in my opponent's deck first. This is worse. Holding this is better if I draw Wong. I think we do this. Yeah, Crossbones is probably not great in the Spectrum deck, yeah. Am I planning on testing other Zabu decks today? I think I'm sticking on Darkhawk decks for today just because it's my brand new card, but I imagine there's going to be Zabu in most of those. Opponent has the Mega Wong over here. Okay, I think we go Rock Slide, Lizard, and we hope to find the Mystique. Absman over Wong. Yeah, but Wong is the ongoing effect, right? Top deck Cosmo could have been dope. Yeah, it certainly could have been. Do we give up on the warpath? Did I pull it or buy it from the shop? I bought it from the shop for 6,000 tokens. Joe, not really, no. It depends on the game. Yeah, I mean, if it's Surfer here, I need to find the Cosmo. I need to find the Cosmo fast. Take care, Compton. Have a good one. Yeah, if my opponent snaps, I'm getting out of here. I'd like to find the Cosmo, please. That is not a Cosmo. I have reveal priority, so I theoretically have one more shot at it. Am I turning off Warpath? I don't think I am. I think it all comes down to if I can find the Cosmo. Not the Cosmo. That's unfortunate. We had a good couple looks at it. We had a good couple looks at it. Absman over Wong is an interesting one. I'm not sure Absman has any things to target early is the problem. Yeah, for sure, Alexander. I can see that. We're very much trying to make Spectrum work here is the plan. But, no guarantee that it does, obviously. Yeah, not this one. We probably don't play Crossbones in this one. It might not be terrible, to be honest, but we are pretty low statted for the most part early. Makes me kind of want Shang-Chi, to be honest, but... Alright, Lizard. Lizard, where are you going? I don't mind fighting over Hala, I think. Lizard is quite a lot of stats early. Cable. Grabbing our opponent some goodies. Absman plus Warpath. I'm not sure how those two cards work together. Okay, how do we want to do this? I'm not massively worried about Lizard dying in Hala, so... Opponent will Agent 13, we will Zabu. Okay. Let's go... The Wong is definitely a little awkward here. We're finding the Wong to be a little awkward a number of times. So let's Goose Warpath. Opponent will Zabu too. We can go... Yeah, okay, so the Warpath and the Wong are both a bit awkward so far. Interesting. I think I'm doing this with the intention of turning off my Warpath here. I don't think my opponent's going to play to Hala basically ever. Maybe we need to just play something that isn't Warpath in that slot. Opponent does go left and right. The Enchantress will be doing nothing. Opponent unfortunately sends us a Green Goblin, but it does help us with our tiebreakers. Rescue instead of Warpath? Maybe. Opponent has 3 cards in deck, so we're probably not Darkhawking this game. Ego game at the moment. Oh, our opponent needs to learn the rules. Maybe we are. Maybe we're just doing this. I think so. Opponent goes for Wakanda. Didn't like Warpath in Zabu, replaced it with White Queen. I can understand that. I think at the moment we need to try and find something with an ongoing effect. Putting the rock in their deck! Putting the rock in their deck is overpowered. You'll have to see it. Yeah, I think I want something, a 4-cost card with an ongoing effect to be better with Spectrum. What if Zabu is just for Dark Orc and you fill the rest of your deck with Rockslide equivalents? I'm not sure how many Rockslide equivalents there are. To be honest. Machine Gun Bit. Yes, that deck's very fun. Very, very fun. Difficult to game cubes with it, though, admittedly, yeah. Mostly agree. Gonna take a few more games with this before we start making changes, because, again, you need to play a few games before you know anything. The unwritten rule that you always snap in ego games. Yes, yeah, it's an unwritten rule. Always snap in the ego games. Oh, Calamari, I'm sorry. You live by the sword, die by the sword. It's part of the rules. Okay. So, lizard into sewer system is probably fine. Definitely curious about this deck. I think Wong ends up being worthwhile just because you are a Spectrum deck. Yeah, unwritten rule, Phil, for sure. You don't actually have to do it, but I always encourage people to. And you'll always see me snap into ego games on stream just because I think you should. Widow is good, yeah. We had Widow in the last deck that we played. So have we gotta get risky here? Is that what we gotta do? Oh, so rubbish to have to play into Danger Room. I guess we don't have to do it. We can Wong here with the intention of going Rock Slide, Spectrum mid and playing other stuff in the meantime. Opponent will Jessica Jones, sure. They hit the Rock Slide. Kills the Iceman. Rock on! Tony, definitely, yeah. 100%. Let's fill my opponent's decks with some rocks. Opponent will arrow, so less rocks. Unfortunately. Arrow is a good one. Alright. So now we go... So this is going to cost 5. So we need to kind of maximize space on board here. So let's go... Goose, Cosmo... I guess we go Goose, Mystique, Cosmo. And then look to Spectrum mid. Think so. Opponent is sticking around. Will White Queen, so they know the Spectrum is coming. The Scorpion is not great either. That's enough. So we're going +4, so 8, 9, 10, +12. Down set, and this is enough. The Scorpion means I can't even try and play into Danger Room for the win. Yeah, I think we get out of here, sadly. Hey Shade, it's been a really mixed bag tonight, honestly. We've been kind of just floating at the bottom of the 80s pretty much indefinitely, going up and down as we try out various Dark Orc things. We've still at Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw is an interesting one for this deck, actually. kind of curious. I don't mind running this out. We want to play to 2 lanes mostly anyway. It's alright, Shade. Like, it can't always be good nights. We want to... What's the word I'm looking for? We want to try stuff out, so... Sometimes you are going to have rough days where stuff just doesn't go well. And that's fine. It's been an enjoyable learning experience, at least. Hopefully a few people have enjoyed watching it with me. +2 power all around. No Zabu makes me kind of sad. We don't really want to gain Lizard's ability here, so I think I just hold on to this for now. Opponent will Electro, sure. Got some ramp on the other side. So how do we want to do this? Daily Bugle you haven't seen in a while? Yeah, it pops up every now and then. I actually see Daily Bugle quite a lot. More than I would think, anyway. But I try my best. That's kind of what I'm here for, right? I'm mostly here to be a community face more than I am a incredible player. I'm mostly here to interact with chat. That's the goal, anyway. Getting leeched. F. What are my thoughts on tech cards being more consistent than normal cards? I'm not sure what you mean by that, really. Like, most of them are just good tools into what's popular right now. I don't think they're necessarily more powerful. They're just good meta choices. So I think I'm going to goose mid here. Try and lock that off from any big thing my opponent plays. But most of the time you get matched against people with a deck very similar to yours. I think you're looking into it too much. People want to see patterns where there usually isn't any. Which makes sense. But opponent leaded me. And now I am kind of stuck not being able to Spectrum mid, which kind of sucks. Hey Phil, welcome to the channel. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, chat. Nobody tell him that Ebony Moore might win us the game.
That man is playing Galaga.
Nobody tell him.
Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
Ah. Dr. Doom says otherwise. Thought we were going to steal that. Genuinely thought we were going to steal that. Rough one. Thank you for becoming a member, Phil. I appreciate you. Don't think decks that are made out of tech cards are actually good. I think you don't want to be made out of tech cards, no. Playing your selection of them is probably the way to go most of the time. Yeah, this feels like it's struggling a bit, sadly. We're kind of doing the thing. To be fair, we haven't drawn Zabu very often, so maybe that'll turn it around. Slade, no, I don't. Not in the slightest, really. I think card games naturally have anti-meta choices. They have cards that are good at disrupting other cards. I think they're always going to see play dependent on what's good. And I think that's okay. I don't think that's a massive problem. I think I want to probably not play into Howler if I can help it. Well, I'm happy to help, Phil. Thank you so much. And thank you for supporting Marvel Snap Zone. It means a lot. Jotunheim. Oh, that's a bit of a punish. We ever try and kill the opposing goose? I don't think so. No worries, Slade. Happy to help. Again, it's okay for us to have different opinions too. Nothing wrong with thinking alternatively to that. It's cool to be able to have a discussion with people about stuff like that. So I think we go Lizard Rock Slide in this case. These locations do kind of suck, yeah. This is actually a little dodgy, right? Because I want to be able to play Spectrum this game, and it means I probably can't Cosmo mid. I think I'm still doing this, but I probably can't play the Cosmo this game. Else I feel the wrath of not being able to Spectrum my own stuff. I mean, I guess I do because the Goose is here. I'm going to have to find a way of... Yeah, I guess I'm not playing Spectrum this game. Brand new subscriber coming in. Tony, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome on in to Marvel Snap Zone. Yeah, okay, so now we need to try and... shut off the Surfer. I think we're screwed anyway here, right? This was really bad for us. How much longer am I streaming? Probably about another hour or so, Shade. Jesus, yeah, this didn't work at all, did it? Think I'm screwed? Oh, this is Cerebro. It's not even Surfer, it's Cerebro. That's even worse. Yeah, okay. We are kind of getting mugged a bit with this list at the minute. I will keep giving this a small go, but it's not felt the best, sadly. How sick would it be for to have an effect of revealing your opponent's hand? I think basically cards like White Queen already kind of do stuff like that. In a way. Kang will as well, I suppose. Yeah, Goose being liquid dynamite in a spot like that. Opponent with the Sunspot. Kiln, okay, sure. Let's get the Lizard down over here. And I think we are pretty happy to get Cosmo online. Alternatively, I think it's hard not to snap here with our opponent's Sunspot being gifted to us and us having our Zabu. Opponent sticks around. They're gifting me an Electro as well. That is problematic. Now I wish I still had the Cosmo, because I would like to ruin my opponent's Galactus. Where do players get all these titles? No worries, John. Well, welcome on in, first of all, if you're a new player. They get them from collector's reserves after collector level 1000. That's where you start opening them. You also get them as rewards on the season pass reward tract as well. Okay, I need to draw that Cosmo again, I think. So we'll play as though the Galactus doesn't come, but I think we're gonna need it. Oh, that is in fact not a Galactus. Maybe we're okay. You'll get way too many titles. You certainly will. I have a good chunk. Viper Maximus. That's fair enough, coach. Opponent with 5 cards in deck, so the second Iron Man is much better here. Hey! I was definitely worried we were getting Galactus there, but thankfully, making multiple Iron Man. Good enough. What do they do to the Galactus? So, I'll preface this by saying that obviously those nerfs and balance changes are not 100% confirmed. They are still technically a leak. But Galactus has lost a point of power and now has 2 power instead. Would rather have avatars and card backs. Titles are meh. Fair enough. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Why is there so many world ships? We've seen more world ships than Subterraneans by double. What is happening? Okay, is this Wong, Rockslide, Darkhawk? Is this probably means an Iron Man game somewhere. So what's the plan here? 4, 5, 6. So I think we Korg because it's actually worth stats. After the nerfs and along with the new cards added, which cards will be on the new watch list? Ed, I have no way of knowing that, bud. Until we play a selection of games, there's just no way of knowing that. Alright, is Warpath stronger for us here? Does this work? Does anyone know if this is turned on? Opponent snaps. I have no idea if this works. I think I'm going to take the rock line. Opponent will wave. I truly have no idea if Warpath works in the world ship. It doesn't work. Okay. Thank you, chat. I appreciate you. No other locations. Makes sense. How big is this thing? 8 cards in deck. 16, 17. This is not big enough, is it? No, this is not big enough. Dark Hawk being 17 power on turn 6. Not enough to win the world ship, unfortunately. Yeah, we've definitely been having a bit of a rough time with Dark Hawk decks today. Was a bit more hopeful that they would just kind of spin up and they were as good as people were telling me they were, but maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm just the problem. Yeah, it is what it is, coach. Wasn't going to have time to play it all anyway. Opponent gives me a Scorpion. I don't think we have time to do that. We would just like to Zabu if given the choice. Oh, a lot of Electro players out there today as well. It's making this very difficult. We do theoretically have the Cosmo if this is Galactus this time, though. We can actually shut off Galactus. So we want to get reveal priority here if we can. Oh, I'm not being negative, Chad, just being true. We've had a pretty rough show of it. Can I gain reveal priority? I'm not sure I can. Hey Luke, I'm glad that you did. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I think we do it this way. Opponent will Enchantress mid on their Electro. Sure. I guess there's your answer, Justin. They intended on turning it off. Yeah, I think this is Galactus, and the only place they can play it is over here. So, folks, I am about to take my chances, and hopefully I don't regret this snap. How do you gain reveal priority? The person who's currently winning the game is the one who will be revealing first. Have Dark Hawk pin, looking forward to getting him. Yeah, I got him today, which is why I've been playing Dark Hawk decks all stream, because I'm also excited. It was a leader. which still doesn't work. That's quite funny. Unfortunately, this Enchantress my opponent gave me just turned off my Zabu, and then pulled my Cosmo. Well. That's a really, really, really unfortunate way of that going. Dude. I mean, double spectrum just doesn't even get us here because this Enchantress they gave me just killed my stuff. Yeah, this one is feeling pretty rough, unfortunately. Opponent, of course, being a lovely individual with the emotes on the way out of the game. You love to see it. So many locations just piss you off. I mean, I think some of them are genuinely frustrating. Some of them are like, oh, well, this is bad for my deck right now. It's kind of a mixed bag, right? Goes both ways. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Lecuquela, well, that finally turned up. We haven't seen this thing all night either. Double Lizard.
It seems to run on some form of electricity.
Brand new subscriber coming in. Leo, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. I think I'm fine to set up a Cosmo here. Maybe I do it in Shuri's lab, actually. This might be better. I want a Wong over here. Yeah, for sure, coach. That's a good way of looking at it, I think. Opponent will Cosmo too, sure. Warrior Falls. Do you want to punch a Cosmo? I kinda want to punch a Cosmo. Okay, bye. Poetic. Truly poetic. They only, I only mean if they use leader. I mean, sure. I just don't bother emoting. Subterranea! Yes! Finally! We've been waiting for you. All evening. It's been 3 hours and we haven't had a Subterranea game. That's the only time I will ever be happy to see Subterranea. And now watch as I do not draw my Darkhawk in true style. That was pretty beautiful, Blobfish. I agree. Goody! Okay. This is my own fault. I should have played the rock. Don't really want to give up space. Whatever. Even made you tear up. I'm glad. Alright, so we've got to keep a lane open for Spectrum, which is fine. So we're going to Cosmo over in the vault here. Opponent will wave. Okay. So this is ramp again. There's so many big mana strategies out there today. Okay, bye. I'll play the Iron Man. Yeah, Subterranean is normally my least favorite location, but I was hoping to see it a little more while we were playing Darkhawk. It's actually the first time we've seen it, and we will not draw the Darkhawk. So many big mana decks on the ladder today. I don't think they're necessarily bad choices either. I think we're going to have to look for the Spectrum here. Plays the Electro still. You're crying? I'm glad. The song made you sob. Well, thank you very much, Luke. I appreciate you. We found him. Is this not good enough? This isn't good enough, is it? Yeah, okay. I think we need to stop playing this one, sadly. It is kind of not coming together. Which is fine. Yeah. We'll probably wrap things up by finishing off a little bit more with... I think I just want this to be a Dark Hawk stream, so I'll probably end up playing the other Dark Hawk deck still. I want to get used to playing with this card, but unfortunately I think the deck we were just putting together, the Onslaught one, is probably not the best. Which is a shame, because it's actually very cool. I think the Spectrum Dark Hawk idea was pretty sweet. Sadly, it's been a bit bad so far. Core plus Mystique on the right there might have done it. I mean, I can't play on the right, it's closed. It's the vault. The Electro variant, it's quite nice, isn't it? It's very, very sweet. You just got mobbed. Our opponent's name is great. I'm a big fan. Well, turn 5, you mean? You mean the lane that has a Cosmo in it? There was a Cosmo on the right, so... Yeah, the Wasp is also amazing, I agree. Alright, Korg it is. Korg makes rocks. Now we get to Black Widow mid. That's quite nice. Kamatage with the Rock Slide is going to be pretty sweet as well. Hopefully we can find... Yeah, Sam, it's all good. Easy to miss stuff like that. Lord knows I do it all the time. Vibranium Mines. Okay, some good locations for us here. Hopefully we can do the thing this time. A little bit of Zabu as a treat. Hey, Card Game Emporium. It's been a pretty rough day in terms of climbing. We've been brewing around Dark Hawk a bit and having pretty limited success, unfortunately. Hoping to be able to turn that around in the near future. So Cosmo will ruin our fun with Rock Slide. Which is annoying, but fine. So we can probably just go Goose Moon Girl here. Or I guess we Rock Slide Moon Girl, set up the double Spider-Man line. Yeah, I'm about that. Sure. So Cosmo out of one of your own decks recently because you kept doing it to yourself? Yeah, it's so easy to forget that you've got a Cosmo active and just casually ruin your own day. Alright. We're going for it. Opponent is out of here. Have I tried negative Zabu yet? Yeah, we've played a number of negative Zabu shells, not the negative Dark Hawk list though yet, because we couldn't really find a way to build it that we were happy with. Discard is your best one? Yeah, Ab Spider-Man is pretty gross. Yeah, fair enough, Card Emporium. It's fine. Like, we won't always have good days at the office. And we need to figure out how things work somehow, right? I definitely think this deck has potential to be good. I think some of it is pilot error. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing or when. And some of it has been pretty bad variants. Luke's still got Frozen in his head. Alright, so we can we get to the raft quickly enough? We might be able to get to the raft quickly enough. We cannot get to the raft quickly enough. Spidey getting stung here kind of sucks. So opponent looking to be on some kind of kazoo. Something of that effect. So we're just gonna... Zabu here. Give them the raft. We can't get to the raft quickly enough, so. Gonna keep playing Cerebro 3. Fair enough. Good luck with it. So this is pretty reasonable here, right? We get to go Rock Slide, Darkhawk. Opponent with the Kazar. Sliding in progress. So we find Goose. Goose is pretty reasonable here. Think we are just making another Darkhawk in the process. The raft is a great design. Yeah, I think the raft is a pretty interesting one. I think, unfortunately, most of the time it is just correct to go for it. Though, given the zero cost, I mean, I unfortunately didn't have much of an option. Opponent leader gets an 8 power Mystique. We are going to play America Chavez mid, and we're good. Very nice. Try Zabu in control, discard negative and Zoo. Liked him in control mostly. Fair enough. The Flaviano Darkhawk variant, yeah. Yeah, it's one I'll keep my eyes open for, sure. I don't have a lot of gold at the moment, unfortunately. We spent it to get to Darkhawk, so. We'll see how we go. A little bit of Korg action on the side. One final time tonight, folks. If you are joining us for the stream and you haven't already, I ask of you one small favour that will really help me out in the long run. If you haven't already, please consider liking the stream. Go and press that thumb for me. It goes a very, very long way in helping keep YouTube happy. You can write comments in chat if you want to keep YouTube happy as well, but make sure you like the video for me. It does really go a long way. Otherwise, if you want to make sure you're not missing out on Marvel Snap content, my biggest suggestion to you is to subscribe to the channel. Would be very much appreciated if you do. Make sure that you are not missing out on things we put out every single day. And last but not least, you can become a member if you like. You can, of course, gain yourself an extra chat badge, some emotes for you to use, and support Marvel Snap Zone in the process by giving us a little bit of money each month. And I appreciate everybody who does exactly that. Thank you, thank you. I can't win 2 locations here, can I? Can I? Maybe I can. 8, 16. Yeah, we can do this. Opponent's out of here. TVA is really disgusting when you like Zabu into stuff. It is really gross. But you only get the card if you fill up on your... I mean... Red, I think that defeats the point of the location, honestly, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think it's meant to be a race. It's kind of the flavour of it. I think it's fine, honestly. Ah, Rayman, unlucky. Well, enjoy your variant, I suppose. The strokes of wisdom. When we get fully wizard up in here, stroking the beard. We can do that. Negative zone is not a location that we're happy to see, so I'm pretty sure we hold off on the Black Widow for now. We want to keep Zabu safe. TVA is your most hated location. If you play a lot of decks that play on turn 6, that makes sense. Sakar has other plans and pulls the Black Widow into play anyway. What upcoming Series 5 card am I most looking forward to? Probably Shadow King, I think. It's the one that stands out to me the most. Opponent plays out said Widow's Bite and a Maximus. Darkhawk will be huge. I think it should be rather large, yeah. Okay, we have a lot of options available to us here. Who would you put Goose with usually? Normally you protect Zabu or Darkhawk, depending on what you're playing against. I think I'm on Rock Slide Moon Girl. think that's where I am. You're a zero deck enjoyer? Makes sense. What card can you replace Absorbing Man with? Honestly, he's pretty important to some of this, but I would start by experimenting with... probably like Jessica Jones, Rescue, these kind of 4-drop cards. Maybe Crystal. Crystal might be a decent suggestion in a pinch. Yeah, so we get to go... do we Spider? We can't Spider. These cost 3. So I guess we just Spider Darkhawk. And then go Darkhawk probably. You want She-Hulk so bad? Yeah, she's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then we just go Darkhawk. And we get to Korg for good measure. Okay, this is definitely feeling a bit more smooth now that we know what we're trying to do with it. Peter, yeah, I understand the criticism there. Yeah, it's hard for me to comment without going into like an hour-long conversation, but I think there are a number of issues with the card acquisition model right now. Subterranea, but definitely like, I wish people could be more excited about like new cards, but they can't because they're so hard to get. Nice negative zone, Scott. Proud of you, man. All right, let's get the Widow active. Yeah, card game, I agree. It's one of my big critiques. So all the Series 5 cards I've bought and I've saved for, it's like, and it's still only like 5 cards. It's like not great. I've opened 2 Series 4 cards, right? Is that 3 Series 4 cards? Yeah, 3 now. Because we opened Absorbing Man the other day. Well, the Rock is moving over. The problem is, so is Black Widow. Pineapple Cosmo. Yeah, I want people to be more excited and they just kind of aren't. It's a big shame, really. So we go, oh, what do we even do here? These locations are not great. I think I'm going Goose Wong and accepting the Wong is sliding into the negative zone if we want to use it. Opponent will White Queen us. They might have a Darkhawk now. Leave Cosmo alone. Cosmo's a good boy. Ding dong. Tell me, do you like rocks? No! Don't do that! That's 2 whole less rocks. Hey Joshua, it's going pretty well, thank you. How are you? That like actually just... well... this is not winnable. I would like to leave, please. Yeah, Hawk behind Goose is fine there to stop our opponent being able to contest it with another Hawk. The problem is winning another location. Negative zone is pretty bad for our deck overall. The stream needs more rocks? Disagree. We have plenty of rocks. Project Pegasus. Mental health's kicking your ass, dude. I'm so sorry. I sympathise, my dude. I've been there. It's a rough day at the office sometimes. This is pretty good. I hope you feel better soon. And hopefully the content it keeps helping you out, man. Stay strong. Keep it up. Truck, I'm glad to hear that, man. Keep killing it. Coach, maybe. Maybe. That might be worth considering. I'm not sure which 4 we cut for it, though. That's kind of the issue. Yeah, Moon Girl Zabu, but opponent got to do all kinds of nightmare fuel over there too, so let's fill their deck with the rocks. Please and thank you. I'll do my best, Josh. That's all I can promise you, dude. Opponent with the Brood, sure. So we can do a lot of things here in theory. Let's set up ourselves another rock slide. I think I'm going to try and double spider for the kill here. Which makes me want to hold the Dark Hawk for now. Yeah, sure. Make it rain some rocks. We'll try. Opponent sends the Psylocke back in, gets Crystal. I was hoping that Lockjaw was going to hit a rock, but it did not. We are in very, very good shape here. We actually don't even need to double Spidey anymore because our opponent has 1 lane available. I'm not snapping because I think it's suboptimal to do so. If our opponent retreats, I think that's actually bad for us. Bullseye. Yep. No point snapping. Opponent was never going to stick around for an extra cube there anyway. Well, that one lined up pretty much perfectly. Crystal in the negative Lockjaw deck seems bad. I think it's worth exploring, but I understand where you're coming from. It's kind of hard for us to fill the raft up if we don't draw Zabu, but that being said, there's no reason for Korg to go anywhere else here. Might as well give ourselves a chance to get there. Miri Isle, sure. Okay, well, hand is full of 4s. We are probably not going to be filling the raft. But I will armor mid, okay. Zabu, please. That is not a Zabu. Opponent has a Zabu. We are in horrible, horrible danger. I would like to leave. You get a lot of games like this one with this deck. I think you have to be ready for it when you're playing some of these Zabu decks. You just end up often not drawing early plays or the Zabu and needing to get out of here. Got a favourite deck to play that doesn't have to be competitive, but fun for myself. I think, honestly, that's where the Electro Ramp deck originally came from. I love playing that deck. It's a lot of fun. The Peak is certainly an interesting one for us here. Tracker not mobile friendly? Not currently, no. Unfortunately, to make something work on mobile, we would need to access files that we are not allowed to legally access from Second Dinner. And then, of course, iOS and Apple are even harder to work on top of that. So it's not that we don't want to. We do. It's just probably not going to be anytime soon. It is very complex. If you want more details about that kind of stuff, you can always come and talk to our dev in the Discord, as he's going to know way more about it than I am. The Big House. The Big House is not the best for us, but thankfully, Spidey and Absorbing Man kind of work thanks to the weird flip on them. Are we playing one here, or are we hoping to do this later on? Yeah, it's a toughie. I wish it was easy to explain to everybody, but I don't know the full details. I just know that unfortunately it's pretty impossible. What do we do here? I think we do Spidey. We got to start playing somewhere. We don't really have an awful lot else going on. Opponent has their Zabu. I feel like, unfortunately, a lot of these games come down to who finds it. I don't think it's particularly... Well, we need to play this. We 100% have to play this. We don't really have a choice. The question is if we play the Mystique as another one. Green Goblin. Sounds good. Yeah, I think we actually do. Mystique and Goose would have locked off the lane. Interesting. I actually hadn't thought about that. Oh well. I think we're doing this now. I am 4 heavy, yeah. So we are going to fill my opponent's deck with many rocks. Like many rocks. The question is exactly how many rocks? I think I would rather have some stats over here. And I know I have Chavez coming. The question is, where do I think I'm putting Chavez? It's obviously not in the big house, so we'll just do this. I would like my opponent's deck to be full of rocks. Many, many rocks. And then we'll try and Chavez mid and or left, depending on where my opponent plays. I assume they're playing mid here because, well, they have a Jessica Jones active. Opponent's just out of here. Goodbye. Away you go. The old double Zabu, huh? That's certainly going to work for you sometimes. Certainly going to work for you sometimes. Feed me more, indeed. Indeedy. Vormir coming up. Hand is looking good. We have the Zabu. Opponent with the correct art of Quinjet. You love to see it. Wakanda, sure. Alright, I think I'm snapping here. Opponent plays Cable into Vormir, sure. Yeah, always happy to see the early Zabu. The Raft. Well, now do I just risk Zabu getting answered? I think so. It seems a little risky. I think I'm doing it, but opponent is going to get there before me. They stole my Korg. They discarded Devil Dinosaur, sure. So sadly, we get to play... Oh. Yeah, we get to play 2 things here. Which I think is just going to be Rock Slide Moon Girl. I think it was kind of tempting. We'll see if my opponent can get there. They cannot, which means we get the chance to as well. We can throw this rock into Vormir as well, which is quite nice. Do we even want to? Yeah, we have double Hawk Mystique, which is very much the plan here. So just going to go Hawk Mystique. I guess I'd rather have one of the higher power ones in over here. We hit an Arnim Zola. That doesn't do very much. I was definitely hoping for something a little bit bigger there. I guess this lets us get a Hawk. Into Vormir? I guess the rock would have let us do that anyway. Yeah, opponent knows they're done here. We can cut the mustard basically any way we want to. Hawks all over the shop. Odds of opponent hitting Giganto would have sucked. Zola rocks then Hawk, totally. Oh, Wilhelm, oh dude. Yeah, I think the thing about this deck, if I'm being honest, I think I've noticed it pretty quickly. I think it's quite good. Like, what you're doing is quite powerful. The issue is that your cube average kind of blows. Like, what you're doing is very face-up. Like, your opponent often is not going to be sticking around if you do the thing, so it's so hard to win, like, more than 2 cubes. That's pretty bad for my opponent. I will be snapping, they will probably be running. Yep. Like, it's pretty hard, I think, to... Maybe you just have to look at your hand, and if Zabu is... If you have Zabu on 3, you just snap early. Like, maybe you just have to immediately snap on on 1 or on 2 if you have Zabu, because it's so hard to score extra cubes otherwise. Like, we'll test this theory and watch it go horribly wrong, I imagine. What's been the recommended best Zabu deck so far? I think most people think it's this one, but I've seen a variety of stuff going on, but this one seems to be the early contender. You honestly have a Zabu control style deck that just also has Hawk? Maybe. Like, I feel like Hawk needs its supporting cast. Like, you probably need to be playing Korg Rock Slide at the very least. Or it's just not big enough. Oh my god, weird world. Just kill me. Yeah, it makes sense, Blobfish. I think I was fine snapping on 5 a lot of the time when people weren't aware of the Spider-Man thing you could do, but obviously now that they are, in terms of winning but not cube efficiency, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what the cube efficiency spot is at this moment in time, but I'm sure we'll find out before you know it. You ready to make some rocks, chat? How do we do this? Unfortunate, Shade. Hopefully it gets better for you soon. We can spray rocks, like, literally everywhere. I think that's what we're going for. That's not ideal. Yeah, for sure, Luke. I understand where you're coming from. Suddenly, spraying rocks looks a fair bit worse. Oh, well, we got punished for snapping early. I am out of there. Ugh. Debris way cooler than Rock Slide anyway. Disagree. Yeah, Luke, the plan was to fill up with some stuff myself before putting the rocks there for my opponent, but obviously the Khazar kind of changes that significantly. Yeah, fair enough, Shade. Hopefully you get there soon. Again, we'll try the plan here. Zabu in the opener. Let's try and get some more cubes. See if this is what you're supposed to do. Today's not a good evening, retreating more than winning. Well, I'm doing mostly the same, honestly, Calamari. I'm happy that I've been able to entertain you at the very least. It's been a pretty rough one all around, I think. Alright, so we are probably not looking to Zabu into Baxter building, so I'm going to run the Goose out on the right with the intention of keeping the Zabu safe. Opponent will Scarlet Witch the Danger Room, sure. Mindscape, that is probably fine. Why is that a Morag? Why is that a Morag? Okay. Well, Zabu's now contesting the Mindscape, I guess. Alrighty, we got some goodies over here this time around. So let's go. Rock Slide Moon Girl. Opponent with the Enchantress. It's what we were looking to avoid. Unfortunately, Morag said no. Morag did not like us trying to avoid that. And so we didn't get to. I get to have it my way. And now this is awful because Mindscape is about to give my opponent a pile of stuff. Which is bad. I think I have to do this. Debris stops Galactus. I mean, that is true. Technically speaking, it does indeed stop a Galactus if placed correctly. Oh, Enchantress. What a card. Well, we know opponent's giving me a Sentinel. Good old Mindscape. Well, we probably won't be using that Killmonger. I think this is the play. Not 100% on this one, but I think it's the play. Yeah, definitely might fiddle around with trying to get Dracula in here too for the Chavez payoff, but I think that might just be a different deck. Might probably just like want Ghost Rider and stuff at that point as well. Opponent is out of here. Well, at least you got 2 cubes for that one. Yeah, I think today's stream will be a good showcase of Darkhawk. I'll probably play some Darkhawk decks again in the future, but I think when we're playing on stream to try and ladder, I will probably not be playing too much of this deck because I think it's pretty slow now that people know what's going on. Like, seems kind of hard to pick up 4 and 8 cube games here. We find a Psylocke. Is that interesting to us? I think my hand is a bit too full thanks to the hub to really be ramping out Moon Girl. Ramping out Wong is kind of interesting. We do have access to Korg and to Moon Girl here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's ramp out the Wong. What's the next card on my token shopping list? Honestly, I kind of want the Sentry, but by the time that I get to buy another card, it's probably going to be like Shadow King or something like that. Bit of a controversial opinion. How has titles changes significantly increased than last season? I don't think it's significantly increased. I'm still not a fan, but I got plenty last season too. I'm not sure I call it a significant increase. I don't know, Coach. I think that deck is probably does exist, the discard deck in some capacity. Or Debris. Okay. We find the Zabu. Is it too late for the Zabu? I think it might be. maybe it isn't. Maybe I Korg Zabu like this, and then look to go Moon Girl on 5, double Dark Hawk on 6. Yeah, sure. Let's try that. Rocks for the opponent. Opponent with the Wong of their own. Scary stuff. So I guess... we're supposed to Black Widow here, right? And then look to triple Dark Hawk on 6. Trying to fit in Ghost Rider when you're discarding 2 off Howlka. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can believe that, coach. Well, that Scorpion was kind of rude. So we just go Hawk, Hawk, Hawk. You don't discard Zabu in general? Yeah, I haven't actually played the deck yet. It's on my list to get around to at some point in the near future. I know some people had a fair bit of success with it. Hawkity, Hawkity, Hawk. When I will Odin the debris, it broke my screen. Perfect. Basically exactly how we drew that one up. Moon Girl into many, many, many Hawks. Yeah. Yeah, I can see why people are enjoying this deck. I look forward to seeing whether it continues to be refined going forward. I do kind of want to still try and find another negative shell that can fit it in to good effect. Is Death Wave still viable? I think so, yeah. Fairly certain. The monster from Monster Isle, sure. I'm fine just running out the Black Widow here. Clog up my opponent's space. They'll throw this into Morag, probably. Or use it to turn on Morag, I should say. Discard Zabu is probably one of the hardest Zabu decks. Interesting. Yeah, I'd say it's kind of on my list to get around to playing. I haven't found time for it so far. I was buying tokens for... Well, not buying tokens. Spending gold to climb towards Darkhawk. Because I know I wanted to play this deck on stream today. Alright, well, we are going to be throwing out the Zabu and hoping to draw some 4s. And I will be snapping because we have Zabu on 3, and that is our plan currently to see if this works. I can imagine Leader's kind of bad for that deck if you don't draw Dracula, but... To be fair, Ghost Rider and Dracula do give you some pretty good counterplay to Leader. Could be quite interesting to explore. Opponent will Nova Scarlet Witch. Goodbye, Morag. You've become a Central Park. Why did you have to become a Central Park? That is a lot of squirrels. Alrighty. So no ability to double Spidey here. So I think what we want to do is go Wong Darkhawk. Yeah, I think so. And then we can like Darkhawk Spidey if we want to. Opponent will Bishop, sure. 15 power Dark Boy. Bit late on the Moon Girl, unfortunately. So I imagine we are just going to go Darkhawk Spidey. I think we're good. Opponent with the Serra and nowhere to go. Perfect. Exactly how we drew it up. Yeah, this deck can do some gnarly things. I think it is quite strong. I think maybe you just have to aggressively snap more to try and score yourself 2 cubes a game to make sure that you're picking up cubes with it, because I don't think you're ever... yeah, I guess the thing is I don't think you're ever getting 4 cubes, but you'll certainly lose 4 cubes sometimes. Well, we have the Zabu again, so let's try this one more time. Yeah, this deck kind of hinges pretty heavily on Zabu, huh? It's a little concerning, actually. We find the Rock Slide. Cool. So looking to try draw another 4 here in an ideal world. Goose kind of counts. Goose is an honorary 4. Pineapple Lizard, sure. We find the Dark Hawk, perfect. So now I think we're likely gonna Goose Moon Girl and double the Rock Slide, double the Hawk. Seems pretty good. Pineapple White Queen. Symbiote has been made. So we'll go... So opponent knows where we're playing is the issue. We'll go Hawk. I guess I make the second Hawk here, right? It's more energy efficient. And then we can go Hawk, Slide, Slide. I think so. What's my opinion on a Patriot Zabu deck with Cosmo as protection? I think you're better off being Patriot Surfer, to be honest. Yeah, maybe, Coach. I think this deck arguably has enough win conditions, honestly. Like, duplicating Darkhawk is a heck of a drug. Opponent slams the Dino. We can definitely beat the Dino. So we go... Do we move anything ever? I don't think so, right? We're adding 4 cards to our opponent's deck, so it's just plus 8 power. 23. It's 8. Maybe this is safer, because there's a goose here. I think this is where we go. Yeah, that's fair, Coach. You do win some games without it, I think. I just think you're obviously quite clunky on 4s when you don't. Opponent makes a second dinosaur, which is not going to be good enough in the face of 39 powers worth of Darkhawks. Yeah. Well, we finally get a 4-cube game. Very nice. See if we can't spin this up to 82 and take it from there. Again, I think I'm going on the record at this point of saying this deck is quite good. I think it is genuinely very powerful, but you're going to be climbing very slowly. So if you're looking to climb quickly, it's probably not the deck for you. If you're looking for consistency, it's probably pretty good at that. Well, I hate Vormir being here because my opponent just throws the Widow's Bite into this. Yeah, Zabu Omega Red is on my list to try at some point. I wonder if Black Widow's worthwhile overall. Probably is, but maybe you just don't have to make space for that. I think I'm still playing this, and at the point where I'm playing it, I'd rather turn off Vormir myself and be flavorful. But of course, the opponent will just throw the Widow's Bite into Vormir. So all we're doing is bricking up a draw step and turning on Vormir for ourselves. Yeah, not doing a lot with this Mystique here, unfortunately. Opponent will indeed Widow's Bite to its death. Scarlet Witch to Stark's Tower. Interesting. Grand Central probably helps us, honestly. We find the Zabu a turn late, so we will play this out here, but obviously we're not going to snap now because we don't have as much time to work with as before. If we draw the Absorbing Man, we probably have a pretty good shot. Wow. Okay. Well, I am going for this, in which case... +2 extra to Dark Orc and Brick a Draw. Yeah, I think it is worthwhile, but it is so small itself on curve. Makes me wonder if, like, Korg and Rock Slide are just enough to make Dark Orc worthwhile. Opponent will Enchantress, the Zabu, and the Armor. Sure. I think that should be fine as long as we're able to get something into Vormir. Unfortunately, the Dark Hawk went the wrong way. Opponent is out of here. They know what's up. Yeah, I think this deck is pretty good as is. It wouldn't surprise me if 10 of these cards are like correct for the Dark Hawk shell. You know, maybe you don't need Goose, maybe you don't need Widow, maybe you don't need Chavez. But I think all the 4s are basically spot on. I just think it's going to be a slow, grindy climb kind of deck. Where you got to be willing to retreat because you don't draw Zabu, you know? Grand Central, sure. That's a game you'd end on if you were the opponent. That makes sense. I understand that. Scorpion pretty good here too. Yeah, this is definitely one of the games I can see us running away because we are doing a whole lot of fat nothing on turn 3. Opponent plays out the Rock. Korg did its job. We find the Dark Hawk. Rock climbing, you might say. Clever. Witty, in fact. Yeah, it's been good to play it for sure, Seven Bank. It's been an interesting learning curve. I've had a lot of fun figuring it out. So I'm going to go Dark Hawk into Dark Hawk here, I imagine, a lot of the time. Opponent will Sandman. Sandman is pretty good. Hey, Raymond, take care of yourself. I will have a good night. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully I will see you again soon, friend. Lizard from the opponent. Another Dark Hawk from ourselves. Grand Central gains an Absorbing Man with no target. The Shang-Chi. The Shang-Chi, really? Ugh. Well, now my opponent just plays right and we lose. So, I am out of here. Yeah, and this was a game we very much expected to be running anyway, because again, we did not find Zabu on curve, or even on turn 4, so not surprised to be losing a cube to that one. Yeah, good night, Rick. Have a good one. Hey, Carlos, would you consider Dark Hawk a priority in the token shop? Not really. I think if you want to play exactly this deck, and you're set on this deck being very, very good, then sure, pick it up. It's a solid buy. Opponent loses the Zola, I lose the Goose. But I think this is like one of maybe 3 decks it belongs in, which makes it a very narrow card. It's quite expensive for a narrow card, so depending on where your collection level is, the cards you already own, what you enjoy in the game, the answer's going to be a little bit different. But I wouldn't just snap buy Dark Hawk, I don't think. Hell's Kitchen has no card left to draw us, unfortunately. The Korg is in our hand. No solid early plays for us this time. Widow's Bite for the opponent. Maximus might give us some juice. Okay. Zabu isn't quite on curve, but it is still Zabu. So let's get it on the table. I guess we pick a fight over Sokovia now. So what Series 5 card would I recommend the best? If you're talking about just a card that's going to be the most universally good and like playable in the most places, it's hard for me not to say Shuri. I think Shuri's kind of the queen of that jungle. Yeah, I mean, Bast is really strong, but it belongs in the negative Surfer decks and like the negative decks in general, I think. And those are definitely not popular right now. Red Skull for the opponent. It's pretty big. I don't think we outbig that, unfortunately. I thought we were pretty good here. Maybe we do outbig that. Four cards in deck for the opponent. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, we can outbig that. Shuri is incredible, yeah. I do wish I owned it, and I do not. I think if you're just looking for the card that is going to see play in the most decks from Series 5, it probably is Shuri. Then Series 5 has a lot of cards that are like very deck specific, like Galactus and Darkhawk and Thanos. These are like all kind of build around cards. Chavez is a win though. This is also a win, yes. Opponent snaps back. Am I stupid? Oh my god. The arrow. Oh, the arrow. And that's kind of the game I'm talking about, right? You're never going to get many 4-cube games with this deck, but you're going to lose 8 cubes sometimes. Because, Jesus. Rough one. Do I consider Silver Surfer a Series 5 card as well? Not really, but I guess I have to moving forward. Alright folks, unfortunately that is going to be everything from me tonight as we are out of time and I've got some videos I have to go and edit. So thank you for hanging out for the Darkhawk stream, I appreciate it. It's been very fun. Hopefully you enjoyed watching the card in action as well. I will be back with some videos over the weekend and back with another live stream on Monday at 6:30 PM GMT. But until then, I have been HowlingMines. You've been amazing. I'll see you again very, very soon. Take care, enjoy the rest of your day and keep on snapping.